Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Now along with a silent disaster came. The clothes and temperament of Bai He's whole body also changed drastically in an instant. First up is the clothing. Bai He originally went out to buy comics, so he just wore a casual t-shirt and pants. But at this moment, these were completely burned by the black flames. And instead, it was a pure black suit as the base, and a thick black cloak with a coquettish red rose on the back. Above his head, black fireworks slowly condensed into an elegant and delicate top hat. The face was covered by half a brown beak mask with a plague sound. The chest is even decorated with a silver pocket watch. The injury was a pair of sharp devil claws slowly appeared. This moment, the whole feeling of Bai He is that he has changed from being harmless to humans and animals just now, to a demon crawling out of hellsand, the aura on his body. It also became extremely turbid, and there was a faint burning of black flames. This is the power of the artifact blessed. It does work a bit. Bai He looked at his devil claw gloves like a weird gentleman. Appreciate everything about yourself, and at this moment, Atorku was sitting high on the throne. Also noticed the terrifying aura on Bai He for the first time. He quickly stood up from the throne. The soldiers who had been ambushing around for a long time also rushed out, drew their weapons and stared at Bai He stubbornly. As long as Bai He has the slightest movement, he will directly kill him by force. The game has just begun. You don't have to be so excited. Surrounded by soldiers. Bai He didn't panic at all, and then slowly stretched out his right hand with sharp claws, pointing at a random soldier. Sorry, you may be the first. In Bai He's words there was a trace of apology and pity. And Nushili immediately clenched his fists, PFFT. An extremely weird sound, as if some fruit was directly crushed, emanated from Bai He's right hand. Next moment, everyone just sees it. The soldier who was pointed at by Bai He just now was clutching his heart on his chest, with a grim face and howling in pain. The sound was extremely shrill. Even the group of adventurers who just ran behind the three heroes, and even King Atakal on the high throne, had their eyelids twitching wildly immediately. After a second, the soldier completely lost his vitality and fell heavily to the ground. How that beautiful wailing sound just now. Bai He doesn't know why, after wearing this gorgeous dress, killer always wanted to kill each other more gracefully. It's not a negative impact, right? You killed someone. This moment, the hero of the gun, Kitamura Yuankang, doesn't have the calm and composed appearance just now. Spraying dung with his mouth full. Subconsciously, his pupils shrank. He took a few steps back and looked at Bai He warily. Now I got to know Bai He again, it seems. You want to be our enemy, Tianmu Lion's sword hero. Was actually taken aback just now, but because of his strong self-esteem, he didn't back down. Instead, he picked up the holy sword and aimed at Bai He solemnly. The last bow hero didn't speak, but the bow and arrow in his hand had already been aimed at Bai He. It is clear. This means that it has the same meaning as Tianmu Lion. What did you just do? This is not the power that a shield can achieve. Who are you? King Otto Clay has much more knowledge than the other three brave men. Therefore, he is now terrified of Bai He. It is also more than the three brave men who were born as calves and were not afraid of tigers. As expected of a former hero. Bai He clapped gently with his clawed hands. 9th level instant death magic heart control. A magic that requires no blood and is very elegant and beautiful. How like it, that's right. What Bai He just used was one of Suzuki Satoru's favorite magics when he became the Bone Queen. Heart control, have to say. This skill is really cool to use to show off your strength to weaklings. Magic, you are not the shield hero. King Otto-Kree's eyes were full of solemnity. And without even thinking, he ran directly towards a secret door behind him. This is a mechanism that has been prepared long ago to prevent powerful adventurers like Bai He from suddenly breaking into the palace. At the same time, King Otto-Kree is also confused now. He is really confused. He obviously wanted to simply disgust and humiliate the shield hero. But you just ended up blowing up, isn't this plot wrong? It stands to reason that the early shield hero didn't have any attack ability. What the hell is this lazy magic? Space wall composition. Bai He did not chase King Otto-Kree but waved his hand gently. Next moment, an invisible wall suddenly appeared in front of King Otto-Kree. King Otto-Kree heard Bai He's voice. He stopped subconsciously, but his white hair rippled across the invisible space wall. Gift. The hair was instantly cut off by the invisible space. This frightened King Otto-Kree to take a few steps back and slump down on the throne again. You are so lucky, Tilda, you were so close to death. Bai He smiled and clapped again. And the sound of applause seemed particularly harsh and terrifying in the silent palace. No more playing, the little white tiger, little Phila. And the little raccoon are still waiting for me. Just right, just you guys, let's try this, Tilda. Bai He glanced at the silver pocket watch on his chest, as if he was a little dissatisfied with the current time arrangement. Immediately he waved. It's as simple as saying hello to an old friend. Next moment. World disaster, arrival for a moment. Boundless darkness began to pump out from Bai He's body, covering everything in the entire palace almost instantly. Immediately afterwards, in this darkness, a big tree sprout that symbolizes light grows slowly. Finally, in just a few seconds, it has grown into a towering tree that towers into the clouds. Its top almost invisibilates breadth, or it would be more accurate to call it the world tree then. After the world tree has grown, Bai He slowly waved his hand again, and the black aura exuding from his body instantly eroded a leaf of the pure world tree. Immediately, the leaves of the world tree slowly fell down. Seem with boundless hatred, no, don't want. King Otto-Kree looked at the leaves of the world tree that were about to fall to the ground. With boundless fear in his eyes, do not know why. His sense of crisis is warning him frantically. Let him try his best not to let the leaves of the world tree touch the ground. But useless. King Otto-Kree's body has long been locked by the aura of darkness and hatred. Can't move at all, he could only watch helplessly. The leaves representing the hatred of the world tree fell lightly to the ground, boom, 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 a moment. That curse compressed into a physical phenomenon. Let the vortex of pure destructive energy cover the entire palace. These pure destructive energies are spreading almost everywhere they go. No matter how powerful the adventurers or how sturdy the buildings are. All in an instant. Completely annihilated in this destructive energy. And that's exactly it. The complete version of the world disaster can also be called a great disaster. The abominable leaves falling from the world tree. With endless black flames, it completely swallowed up the entire palace almost instantly. King Otto-Kree was paralyzed on the throne by fear. Would be the first object to be devoured by the destructive power of hatred. After all, this may also be due to Bai He's subjective consciousness. Immediately, after the destructive power of hatred devoured the king, the next one was the somewhat superficial one, the red-haired Princess Mine. Oh, it's a pity. It seems that your plan has not been implemented yet. So you have to declare bankruptcy in advance. Bai He watched quietly as Princess Mayan wailed miserably under the burning destruction of hatred. I don't know if it's because of the influence of the artifact. He actually felt that the wails of these nobles and soldiers were as beautiful as a beautiful melody. As for Princess Mine, this guy really deserves to die. Whether it's the original novel or the TV series. He's the kind of guy who just wants to be killed quickly. She's quite a match for that brave princess, Tusk. I don't know if it's an illusion. I always feel that the princesses from other worlds in the series I watched before time travel are not good things. I'm really becoming more and more like a villain. Bai He murmured, stepping on the burning power of hatred and destruction under his feet. He walked step by step towards the dilapidated throne that had already been burned. Immediately sit down quietly with a smile. He slowly enjoyed the wailing of all the noble soldiers and adventurers below. But just when these destructive powers of hatred were about to swallow up that brave man, a three-color light suddenly enveloped the three brave men who looked frightened and wanted to escape, but their legs were weak. Immediately, these three rays of light happened in an instant. He led three brave men to break through the top floor of the palace and walked in three different directions. Three brave cults. It's an interesting organization to kill this boring time. After all, the prey is only interesting if it can escape and have the power to fight back. Bai He sits on the ruined throne. Support your chin with your right hand. He did not pursue the three escaped heroes after all. From the beginning, Bai He didn't pay attention to these three goods at all. There is something to say. Giving the enemy a full blow and the most complete thunderous destruction is the greatest respect for the enemy. To ignore it is the greatest contempt. If nothing unexpected happens, this is Bai He's current mentality, a little hungry. What happened here in the palace will probably spread to the outside world soon. By the time the real owner here will return. Time passed little by little. Bai He watched as the entire palace hall was gradually burned to the point of dilapidation. The soldiers, nobles, and adventurers all turned into a pile of dust. Stayed here forever. See this, Bai He swiped casually. Summoned the Wanji chat group and took a third-person photo of the scene in front of him. On screen, Bai He is as he is now, sitting quietly on the tattered throne. The hall was also filled with ashes and debris left behind after being burned by some kind of flame. It gave me an inexplicable feeling. You're cool enough, just post it to show off, Bai He said. He just sent the photo he took directly to the Wanji chat group. Just right, he also glanced at it in passing. This group of idiot friends were talking about something behind his back. In the Wanji chat group, Bone King Munga, F***K F***K. F***K Bone King Mamanga, it's over. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox. The Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, don't go crazy here. Tell me quickly what's going on. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, in your high-tech world at best. I guess even if you are wearing a blue t-shirt, off-white trousers, and making a homemade gun to assassinate your prime minister. The Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, the big guys in that group can also save it for you. Suzayarali is in a good mood today, because she has finally learned the moves on the nine-tailed fox template, which can directly condense a hill to hit people. At the same time, the black-dressed and red-haired leather-pants sister Kaiwei from the admissions office of the super seminary did not bother her again. Certainly this is not the most important thing. The main thing is Suzayarali had just received a remittance from the Angel Group, amounting to more than 300 million. There is a message at the back. This message was probably left by Angel Yan. Seems to say yes. I didn't want to see a poor guy like Suzayarali who had angel genes live such a miserable life. So I gave him some help. This is the real angel sister. Suzayarali sighed again. Bone King Flying Squirrel. Bone King Mamanga. Assassinating the Prime Minister with the #1 male gun is not a big deal. Bone King Mamanga. The main thing is that the account data that Bai He had stored with me suddenly disappeared just now. Suzuki Satoru is really confused now. He is now frantically looking for the backup in the database, and even made a phone call just now to find the last operation of the game company. Result, it's impossible to find out at all even. All traces of Bai He's account in the game have been completely erased. That's outrageous. It's completely as if this account has never appeared. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox. Super God Sorrowful Little Fairy Fox, tusk tusk tusk. Bai He was backstabbed by the server. Chaosin sadly reminded the fairy little fox, well, I really can't help you with this matter. But I'm talking about data. We don't you ask the duck, 0. Please give me flowers. Super God Sorrowful reminder of the goblin little fox, at Chinese letter. Bang Tai Yin Lang, what the hell is a salt and pepper duck? Bang Tai Silver Wolf, at Chinese letter. I will send you a set of algorithms in a moment. And you can try it in your brains. Bang Tai Silver Wolf, if there is still no way. Then I will stop cooking. The Bai He chat group records are here, it just stopped. And it is estimated that Silver Wolf is going to prepare algorithm software. See this? Bai He also hurriedly started to explain. Daily Daily, a certain ultra blue and white alien. A certain ultra blue and white alien uploaded a picture named Bai He's Bizarre Adventure. This picture is just taken by Bai He in third person above. You can clearly see the artifact of the Bone King's worldview worn on Bai He's body, as well as the slightly burning hate power around him. Super God, sad little fairy fox. Super God, sorrowful fairy little fox, is this an ancient palace? It looks a bit like the West, and it doesn't seem to exist in the real world. Super God sadly reminded the little fairy fox, are you? Crossing again Su Xiaoli's first glance. Just saw the strange building next to Bai He, this thing. It doesn't look like something that can be found in the real world. It's definitely something from another world. Bone King Flying Squirrel Phew. It's fine if you don't go to the Big Brother's account. This scares me. Bone King Flying Squirrel, then I'll go to sleep for a while. And I have to guard the last pass to take the world crossing at night. Bone King Mamunga, hahahahas, wait until I time travel. I will be considered as the mid-level combat power in this group. I will also be able to follow the big guys through time in the future. Finished. Suzuki Satoru's avatar turned gray, which obviously meant that he was offline when he said he was offline. He is also a werewolf who does what he says. Bai He saw this. He also stood up slowly and looked at the sky outside, which was gradually darkening. Immediately, he also walked towards the town outside the palace, planning to find the slave trader and buy a little raccoon. By the way, he didn't forget to continue talking nonsense with Su Xiaoli. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, yes. Yes, you guessed it right, tilde. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, just a few hours ago. I was happily preparing to buy a light novel and read it. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, just click. It's so fast I'm traveling directly through time. Daily life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. Then the king of this world seemed to be unhappy with me. And then he was destroyed by me. Bai He wandered around the palace casually. The slave merchant in the town is right there. It doesn't matter if you go there early or late. And Bai He, this is actually beyond the plot, after all. According to the normal plot, the shield hero should meet the slave merchant tomorrow or the night after tomorrow and buy the cute little raccoon. So Bai He estimated that once he left the town, he would have to wander around a few times before he could find it. As for saying why doesn't Bai He use portal magic, that was all he could say. This world has not been penetrated by Supreme Rebrand, so teleportation is a bit useless. It would be better to walk around slowly. 60-old Super God the Sad Fairy Fox. The Super God the Little Fairy Fox sadly said, you really traveled through time. You also destroyed a palace, you are so fast. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. The palace in Shield Hero will return to you and you will not be destroyed. Super God the Sad Little Fairy Fox, Shield Hero. Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, in your daily world. You are still connected to Shield Yang, so 6. The Super God the Sad Little Fairy Fox, however. If it is Shield Yang, then that king really deserves to die. Which made me sick at the time. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, that's right, tilde. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, I don't care anymore. If you want to tell me, as soon as I walk out of the supermarket and go back to zero with snacks, I will the Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, Tusk. Don't say it, you really don't say it. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, gooey. Bai He chatted with Su Ziyarali all the time, unconsciously. He had already walked out of the palace and arrived at the small town. Perhaps because of the evening. There are still many shops open in the town. Bai He waved his hand. Directly hide the game template of the Bone King worldview. It once again became the data template of the Shield Hero. After all, the game templates in this Bone King world have all been fully upgraded. So I switched to the Shield Hero side. And it will be more comfortable to level up later. Not long after, Bai He was just wasting a little time after dealing with a few short-sighted gangsters. He walked into the store leisurely. When the people in the store saw the conspicuous shield on Bai He's arm, he couldn't help but frown. Subconsciously, I stayed away from Bai He even. Even the store owner seemed to be reluctant to bring out a piece of food for Bai He. It tastes like garbage. The same rubbish as this country. After Bai He chewed it twice, he spit it out directly. Immediately afterwards, he even chose to leave the store directly and switched templates casually, losing the slightest trace of his hatred. Immediately afterwards, the next moment Bai He stepped out of the store. A jet black flame instantly engulfed the entire room. And the amazing thing is, after the black flame completely burned the entire store, it did not cause even a trace of damage to the surrounding residences and houses. Bai He knows that there are good people and so-called bad people in this world. But it doesn't matter. After mastering the power to override the rules, the so-called good people, so-called good and evil, will all make their own rules, **** soon. Bai He just wanders around the town finally. He heard a voice that sounded like a drake slowly coming from behind him. It looks what trouble are you in ? After Bai He heard this voice, also smiled slightly. The real owner is finally here. And it's not in vain that he has been wandering around the town for so long. Yeah, I'm in big trouble. Why are you coming to help this poor guy like me? Bai He's voice was playful, he believes it. The dwarf-like slave merchant in front of him has definitely been investigated thoroughly. But this slave merchant probably doesn't know anything about the palace yet. Otherwise, Bai He estimates that this guy probably doesn't dare to appear in front of him anymore. Though, it seems that my guest has already guessed my identity. Ha, you are indeed a shield hero from another world. It seems that the rumors in the city are worth pondering. The slave merchant was also stunned, but he quickly reacted and immediately came to Bai He's side familiarly. Said somewhat seductively, "Since you have guessed my identity, you should also know what I will provide you. This thing is much more reliable than any companion. It is clear. This hardworking businessman also knows that it is inconvenient to level up the Bai He shield hero. No more nonsense. Take me to see the quality of your hard work. Money is not a problem, Bai He is really not joking. He who possesses the power of God may have certain limitations in a different world where he is not familiar with the rules. But achieve the most basic task of converting expensive money such as gold coins. Still a breeze after all. At most, this gold coin is just a kind of precious metal. It has no special ability attached to it. And it doesn't have any particularly rare rules and blessings. Isn't it easy to create? I really saw the right person. I like your decisiveness and your ink-free character. Please come with me. The slave trader met many people. Therefore, he has met many donors like Bai He who are too lazy to talk nonsense. And this group of people, most of them are wealthy people who have a lot of money in their pockets and are very decisive in purchasing. To be honest, slave traders just like doing business with people like this. Easy and fast soon. Bai He was led by slave traders through the dark towns, and finally slowly came to a large place. In a building that looks like a circus, and here, there are a bunch of huge iron cages, some of which are covered with tattered cloths, making them look very dirty. Guest, do you want me to recommend a good slave to you? Don't worry, our quality is absolutely high. The slave trader rubbed his hands. While talking, he also lifted up a cage covered by rags. Next moment, ho ho ho. A werewolf with gray hair roared angrily and grabbed the iron cage. "See this?" Bai He frowned. "It's too ugly." The caged werewolf seemed to hear Bai He's disgust. Suddenly he roared again. "It's proving something." "Quiet, I don't want you to spoil my mood." Bai He glanced at the werewolf quietly moment. A terrifying invisible pressure burst out from his body, and it converged directly on the werewolf's body. Woo-woo and no surprises. The werewolf with a level as high as 75 almost felt the breath of Bai He. As if he saw something scary, he quickly gave in and ran to the corner of the cage to squat. "It seems, this entire kingdom seems to have taken a wrong look at you." Our guest, the merchant's eyes also flashed with shock. But his qualities as a businessman prevented him from exploring Bai He's strength. "Maybe recommend some cute slaves, not ugly slaves." Bai He waved his hand. He continued to wander in front of these cages disapprovingly. Perhaps due to the coercion that Bai He just exuded. The demihumans who were originally ferocious wolves in these cages or their slaves were killed. They were all very well behaved and huddled aside. Finally, just after Bai He wandered around for a long time. Only then did he finally see a cage with a corner covered by a rag. And inside was the little raccoon he had been thinking about. It's her. In the slave mall, which resembles a circus tent. Bai He was walking around for several times. Finally found the poor little raccoon. Bai He looked quietly at the pitiful little raccoon that was still locked in a cage. With a look of fear and timidity at this time. The little raccoon was wearing thin rag clothes, a heavy shackle collar around his neck, and even extremely heavy shackles on his limbs. His orange hair looked dull and dry. It was also messy, and even the whole body was dirty. And at this time, the little raccoon seemed to be suffering from mental illness and was extremely weak. "Guest, are you sure? This raccoon demihuman seems to be suffering from a mental disorder. He probably has only a few days to live. You'll basically suffer a loss if you buy it." The slave merchant's ball-like body slowly walked to Bai He and stroked his beard with a smile. Analyzed somewhat cunningly. And the level of this demi-human raccoon is not high, but if you like it, of course it's no problem. The slave merchant's smile gradually turned obscene. It is clear at this moment thought that Bai He, the shield hero, might not have bought this little demi-human girl just for fighting. Probably to relieve loneliness at night. She looks pleasing to the eye, that's all she is. Bai He didn't explain much to the slave merchant, since he would meet again in 2008 anyway, hopefully then. Can this guy still be as calm and relaxed as he is now? Maybe after the palace is destroyed for a while. This guy may not be able to calm down. The little raccoon in the cage heard Bai He chatting with the slave merchant. It was as if he had thought of something scary. His entire small body curled up, looking very pitiful. "No problems, no problems. Whatever you say, guest, is what it is, then this price." And there was a glint on the slave trader's thick glasses. This demi-human raccoon has basically no fighting power. It's also a little sick and its level is not high. Chenghui, just 25 silver coins. This time. The slave merchant did not cheat anyone, but exposed the normal price, which was even 5 less than the 30 silver coins that Dun Yang purchased in the original work. Perhaps this is because of Bai He's explosive momentum just now. Or what Bai He did just now. This aroused the slave merchant's appreciation even more. "I'm too lazy to look for it, so this is it. If you meet me in the future, if you try harder, just resist." Bai He was too lazy to use his divine power to create 30 silver coins. So he simply created an extremely real gold coin at will. And flicked towards the slave merchant. "Okay." The slave merchant's eyes flashed as he looked at the gold coins flying in the air. He quickly put the silver coins into his bag. At the same time, the look in Bai He's eyes became more friendly and warm. He didn't care how Bai He got this gold coin. And he didn't need to care about it. Anyway, as long as you have the money, so. "Distinguished guest, please drop some blood here. And you will completely own this raccoon demi-human." Zed. The slave merchant also immediately took out a small bowl with turbid liquid. Bai He saw this, he shook his head casually, need not. I don't need this thing, I just took the person away. Bai He lightly snapped his fingers next moment, crack. All the injuries on the little raccoons, whether external or internal, as well as the shackle collar binding its neck. It also disappears and falls off instantly everything. It looks extremely magical and incredible after all. He doesn't need this little raccoon to help him fight. So he just needs this little raccoon to be a cute little mascot. Naturally, there is no need for these things used by slaves. Seeing this, the slave merchant on the side silently took a few steps away from Bai He. Starting from the werewolf just now, the strength shown by the shield hero in front of him is beyond what a simple shield can achieve. It seems the shield heroes of this era probably possess other powers that are not weaker than the holy weapons. It's really not simple, tilde. After taking the little raccoon out of the slave mall, Bai He followed the feeling and walked towards a weapons store. This weapons store, it is the house that Dunyoung often visits in the original book. To be honest, Bai He is still very satisfied with the various clothes of the little raccoon in the form of a little Lolita. This set of combat clothes is the third of them. May I have your name on the roads? Bai He looked at the little raccoon who had been following him quietly without even the slightest attempt to escape. Asked casually, after all, we have to stay together for a long time in the future, even though we know their names. But there is still a sense of ritual, la Raftalia. The little raccoon Raftalia was still very nervous and even stuttered when she spoke. It can be seen that during this period of being a slave, I am afraid I suffered a lot. Very good. The name Raftalia is too long. I will call you Little Raccoon from now on. If there is a chance, I will give you a taste of crispy noodles. You will absolutely love it. Bai He looked at the cautious little raccoon and couldn't help but narrowed his eyes and rubbed his dirty hair. It doesn't feel very good. But it's not a big problem and it will be fine to develop it, tilde. Just a noodles. The little raccoon in Loli State has big eyes. And everything looks very cute and innocent. It looks very cute, pity. After growing up, I feel a little uncute, but it seems to be talking about something to eat at this time. Raftalia's stomach also made two very inappropriate gurgling sounds. Suddenly, Raftalia quickly covered her stomach. As if she was afraid of something. Are you hungry? Then I'll take you to eat something first and then wash up. Bai He has almost forgotten the plot of Dunyoung, but Bai He still vaguely remembers how to raise the little raccoon Raftalia. No, it's not hungry, don't say no, $3. See this? Bai He nodded with satisfaction. Found a restaurant that looked relatively clean, and walked in directly. But the little raccoon Raftalia following him seemed to have seen something. Walking hesitantly at the door of the store. He looked anxious. I don't know if I should go in or not. It wasn't until Bai He urged him that 713 finally rushed in with all his might. And after Bai He brought the little raccoon into the store. Not surprisingly, another wave of baseless ridicule. Some young people looked at the dirty little raccoon with disdain, covering their noses with their hands from time to time, laughing and insulting the little raccoon with their companions. Some looked at the shield on Bai He's arm. He couldn't help but show a hint of disgust, to be honest. For this kind of stuff, Bai He had already vented his anger when he destroyed a shop not long ago. But he looked at the little raccoon in front of him who was restless, listening to the gossip around him and looking panicked and scared. He couldn't help but smile immediately. Bai He lay on the table holding his cheek with his right hand, and looked at the little raccoon in front of him quietly. Do you hate them? The little raccoon Raftalia was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have thought of something, and quickly lowered his head, counting with his little hands under the table. I can tell. Although the little raccoon didn't speak, but the body gave an honest answer just in time. The waiter in the store also put the ordered dishes heavily on the table with a look of displeasure. Let's eat. After eating, disappear from here. Regarding the matter of letting places disappear at every turn. To be honest, when Bai He didn't have any strength or power, he would follow the crowd and condemn him, shouting slogans that all living beings are equal, but when he truly has the power to override the rules of the world. When he becomes the object of condemnation, only then do we really know the beauty of this thing. In other words, it's just that Bai He has finally become what he hates the most. Everyone hates capitalists, but everyone wants to become a capitalist. This is the best explanation. So Bai He didn't think there was anything wrong, or maybe it is. If I destroy you, so what? I'm really becoming more and more like a villain. Bai He ate the most expensive dish in the store and dealt with it casually. But it came to mind inexplicably. I am afraid that when those Ultra Warriors fought on Blue Star, the number of humans crushed to death in the aftermath was probably no less than that of monsters. Certainly, this is just Bai He's estimate after all. A battle begins with the arrival of the monsters and the appearance of Ultraman. And a battle takes place. It will never take more than 10 minutes before and after. Those 10 minutes. Is it really possible to evacuate nearly an area of humanity? This is worth studying perhaps. It's just that Ultraman is more in line with the definition of a savior in human hearts. Therefore, it is the indirectness that makes everyone ignore this logical concept. Think about it carefully, Ultraman is just an alien. If you think about it according to realistic logic, a so-called peace-loving organization from an alien planet suddenly comes to help you because of so-called love and peace. Then will you accept this help from unknown sources? At last, it's just that humans can't resist. So they can only accept it and laugh. So I still like to watch Noah's TV dramas, Bai He chuckled. Slowly remove this inexplicable thought from your mind. Immediately, the look in his eyes. He also looked at the little raccoon sitting across the table, eating with his furry tail wagging rapidly behind his back. You can tell just by looking at the tail. This little raccoon seems to be in a good mood now. Well, suddenly, the little raccoon Raphtalia seemed to be choking after eating too quickly, and her little hand hammered her chest quickly. Bai He quickly pushed the water around him. After the little raccoon took a sip, he felt comfortable. Eat slowly, letter 3005. No one will compete with you. Bai He explained helplessly again. But the little raccoon didn't seem to listen. He just blinked his big eyes and grabbed the food with his little hands. On the other hand, he stared at Bai He very cutely, this look. Bai He was also a little stunned when he saw it. Do not know why. He suddenly remembered the first time he met his little brother Mora. At that time, little brother Mora was also dirty, as if he had just escaped from a dangerous battle. At that time, the way little brother Mora looked at him was the same as the little raccoon in front of him. Think about it this way. We are quite destined to arrive, Bai He said. He also subconsciously rubbed the little raccoon's head. Immediately, just like this, I quietly watched the little raccoon finish the entire meal bit by bit, and then patted his belly comfortably. He looked very satisfied, but, as if realizing that Bai He was looking at her, the little raccoon hurriedly sat upright again. In this way, it's like a kid who deserted in class and was discovered by the teacher. Seeing this, Bai He couldn't help but smile. Let's go when you're full. It's time to help you choose some nice clothes. Then I'll help you level up. After all, this world won't work without power. Bai He touched his chin. When leveling up with the little raccoons, Bai He also wanted to try absorbing a few things to see how much this so-called holy weapon could benefit him. If the upper limit of this thing is high, then you can have some fun, ERO. Try to absorb the light of Regio or the light of Noah. If this is successful, wouldn't it be better to create the shield of Regito or the shield of Noah? Think about it this way, it's really outrageous. But it seems unlikely, after all. Those at Regio's level can be regarded as the consciousness of the universe. The consciousness of the universe that truly transcends the multiverse. This small holy weapon shield absolutely cannot absorb this level of power. But maybe you can absorb the power of plasma. Bai He's eyes lit up. The next stage of the little monster Jingyukyo is the plasma Jingyukyo. I don't know if this form of Jingyukyo has the power of the plasma spark tower. If anything, then let your own shield absorb a wave. Then directly evolve the plasma shield. The force and power will definitely not be weak and not only plasma shields but also violent shields. Thunder shield several god shieldsec tusk. Thinking about it this way, as long as it can absorb successfully, then this trip to another world will really make a lot of money. The more Bai He thinks about it, the brighter his eyes become. It seems that the ductility of the shield hero is really strong. At the same time, just when Bai He was talking to the little raccoon, the two of them had already reached the entrance of the hotel. All right, the meal is finished. In order to express my gratitude, let those cubs who just had a broken mouth disappear. Bai He lightly snapped his fingers, quickly switch between modes, and the world view template of the king will switch back to the Shield Brave panel after a few seconds of debut. Period. The little raccoon also rubbed his eyes. She just entered and saw her master, as if a phantom like a demon was shrouded in it. But now it has changed back. Could it be that I saw it wrong? But soon the little raccoon's eyes were attracted by the figure in the restaurant, who suddenly spontaneously ignited and screamed. Immediately, the little raccoon looked at his master again. She knows. These strange black flames are definitely something made by the owner in front of him. Is so strong for a while. The little raccoon's dazed little head determined a heavy one. Tighty, it seems like I'm following a big boss. After processing these awful, Bai He took the little raccoon to the weapon shop again, and met the bald man who was very good at complaining and also a lolican. People who share the same path cherish each other then. Bai He chatted with the bald boss for a long time, and finally decided on the little raccoon's battle costume. And Bai He also used divine power on the spot to create a sharp short sword with attribute bonuses. Next, waiting for the little raccoon to take a bath shyly after being held down by Bai He in the backyard of the bald boss. On the boat, Bai He and the bald boss to lolicans chose the outfits suddenly. The whole bear's temperament has gone up several notches. She is also the real Raftalia, the royal princess of Lindino Tilder, raccoon ears and tail, plus delicate white skin, and Li Dihao extremely beautiful facial features. She has long hair that reaches her back, with some natural curly brown hair and a pair of larger round, crystal clear eyes with bright reddish-brown pupils. Wonderful Tilda brother, your eyes are quite vicious. That is. Bai He listened with satisfaction to boss Guan's praise, and when he was happy he threw out 10 gold coins. Subsequently, he walked out of the store under the shocked look on the bald boss's face. Next, you can slowly get familiar with the little raccoon and explore whether you can integrate the power of the monster into the shield. Just waiting for the wave to come. Tilda do not know either. These so-called aborigines, when they see the black goat of the forest and the wave coming at the same time, what kind of expression will it look like? In the next time, Bai He did not take the little raccoon to experience life and death, as in the original work, and forcibly overcome the fear of monsters in his heart. Rather, I took the little raccoon Raftalia with me all the time, eating, drinking, and having fun at the same time. On the third day when Bai He was playing with the little raccoon, he heard commotion coming from the palace and inexplicable screams from time to time in the city. But very strange thing. Almost half of the nobles in the palace were consumed by hatred. But in the end there was only a little commotion in the palace, and not even a little bit of power turmoil happened. This is incredible, but Bai He thought about it for a while, and suddenly thought of someone, a Queen Myrlia. She is also the true king of the Maramager kingdom, the only queen who controls the central power. She was the rich woman on the list of King Ottokar who was burned to death by Bai He. It seems that Myrlia has already taken over Melamag. I don't know how this queen should face me. Bai He is sitting in the tavern. He wasn't surprised at all that Myrlia controlled the Melamag in Nuoda every minute. After all, don't you see Gun Yang? Ah no, it's in Dun Yang's original work. After this queen entered the Melamag, within a short period of time, she directly sent Otto Kree to the execution platform. Thus, it is to be able to clearly see how unbreakable the queen's control over power is. It's about 3 days before the tide comes. 10. At that time, I will be able to take a good look at how many world consciousnesses there are in this world. If there are really more than one, then you will really earn a fortune, Bai He murmured. Look up. His eyes also looked quietly at the little raccoon sitting opposite, who was cooking carefree at this time. The hair color of the little raccoon is also extremely soft and docile. And even the furry tail is extremely smooth and silky. This goes well with the serious yet cute warrior outfit. It's so wonderful he couldn't help but smile tusk. It feels like the little Loli has raised a lot. And I always feel that I can automatically take on the role of this kind of old father. But said Loli Raphtalia. The little raccoon on the opposite side didn't show any signs of growth. This is very wrong. If you follow the timeline in the original work, the little raccoon should have grown into a young girl now. Is it a matter of mood? Bai He stroked his chin and carefully looked at the little raccoon whose tail was swaying rapidly, and the round brown ears on top of his head were quivering. Can't help nodding, it might really be a matter of the heart. Take it easy, such a little raccoon is quite cute, Tilda. Bai He did not use the stimulation method to break the psychological shadow, as in the previous original work. After all, he was not lacking in strength. This time I came to this world, it was purely a coincidence, and I was attracted by the world consciousness of this world age. So, there is no need for Bai He to force the little raccoon to kill the enemy by force. As for this matter of heart, then take your time and play with the little raccoon. And this hidden danger will always be eliminated. Moreover, so what if it's not eliminated? In this world alone, Bai He really doesn't know that there is an awesome person who can touch a little raccoon in front of him. Master, we are full during the 3 days. The little raccoon Raphtalia seemed to be gradually accepting Bai He, especially after Bai He, the old man, deliberately revealed that he was the shield hero. The little raccoon became even closer with twinkling eyes. So this has to commend the identity of the shield hero. In front of normal Asians, this thing is born with a favorability rating of over 30. And it just so happens, Bai He quite likes demi-humans like cat-eared girls and fox-eared girls. Oh shit. It's really not a bad thing for Dunyong to change his profession. Alright, now that you're fooled, you can follow me to the wild to level up, right, this way. Little raccoons, you can also experience what it feels like to have powerful power in your hands, Tilda. Bai He said he actually wanted to go outside and practice it. So he used the monster girl's power zone, the ultimate monster shield that came out. What level and strength is it? Correct. Bai He also followed the original work and made a spiritual shield like Dunyong. But Bai He prefers black, and he has tested it and found that all its defenses are definitely higher than ordinary aura shields. Even, it also has the effect of a little thorn back injury. Unfortunately, the effect of this counter-injury is not a percentage counter-injury or a multiple of counter-injury. It's just a small bonus that comes with it soon. Bai He took Raphtalia to the wild. According to the map he bought kindly, there seemed to be some low-level monsters living here. This thing can just level up the little raccoon, just right. You can also try new skills on him. See that gray wolf over there? Go and try to kill it. Bai He said he still controls the divine power, but the courtyard body has received a little blessing. That's roughly what it means. You have been strengthened, hurry up and send. Ah no. Hurry up, Zai. The little raccoon was a little hesitant at first, but he didn't show extreme fear like the original perhaps. This is also the result of Bai He's gentle treatment these days. Yes, finally, after hesitating for a long time, the little raccoon finally picked up a good dagger and rushed out without even thinking. This rush, perhaps it is also the trust in Bai He. With several flashes of cold light passing by, the little raccoon's first battle. The sneak attack was successful, but the blood after the gray wolf was killed still scared the little raccoon to the point where it completely collapsed on the ground, its big eyes full of confusion and helplessness. At the same time, it was at this time the gray wolf used up his last strength and howled violently. Ouch, ouch. Suddenly, there began to be rustling noises in the surrounding jungle. And a few seconds later, a dozen ferocious gray wolves appeared. These gray wolves found out that it was the little raccoon Raphtalia who killed their companion. He also roared fiercely immediately. Without hesitation, he bit the little raccoon Raphtalia. When the little raccoon encountered the threat of death, he finally woke up from his confusion and helplessness. He raised his dagger to resist. But there are too many gray wolves on the opposite side. Master, finally. The little raccoon waved the dagger wildly with a desperate look on his face, muttering about his master, obviously calling Bai He. I said turn into the breeze. Bai He's unhurried voice instantly reached the little raccoon's ears. When the little raccoon opened his eyes, I was also shocked by the sight in front of me. See you. The fierce gray wolves were right under her gaze. He screamed in horror and wanted to escape, but couldn't move in the end. He slowly turned into a breeze between heaven and earth, truly obeying Bai He's will. Bai He nodded with satisfaction. Really. The power of God is very useful for cleaning up mobs. All right, are you not scared now? Bai He slowly walked to the little dazed little raccoon, bent down to lift the little girl. Yupan touched her head. At the same time, he glanced at a place in the forest without leaving any trace. It seems our method is to scare some Her Majesty the Queen Tilda. Bai He murmured with a smile at this time. The Melamag Palace no longer looked as dilapidated and burnt as it was when it was destroyed by Bai He. Now the palace has once again returned to its glorious appearance. It is even more luxurious than the previous palace. And the guest seats are somewhat feminine. It seems that Queen Myrlia has long wanted to decorate the palace. And at this time, Myrlia sat quietly on the throne. And beside her stood silently a girl wearing blue and purple Lolita clothes, who looked sweet and cute, exuded a noble aristocratic temperament, and had twin tails. It is clear. This girl is Melty, one of the protagonists in the future Tilda. Not long after, a woman wearing a face scarf and dressed as usual suddenly appeared in the main hall. Regarding this sudden change, Myrlia said calmly without any panic, "How's the investigation going? What kind of power does this special shield hero possess? Besides, what happened to Maine and Otto Clay back then? To be honest, for her mediocre husband and her scheming, ruthless and villainous daughter, Myrlia still has a little emotion in her heart after all. In other words, he can be regarded as her relative. Certainly, the matter of Princess Mine and His Majesty Otto Cree. According to the reports of nobles who survived and did not enter the palace. Actually, it's like this. The woman wearing the hijab quickly told all the things that happened to Bai He, from being summoned to being made things difficult and ready to be humiliated. These stories are very short, but hearing that, Myrlia frowned more and more. All right. She admitted that this matter was indeed done by her foolish and unscrupulous husband. But although her daughter was usually a bit vicious, it spread all over. Okay, tell me, what kind of special power does this newly emerged shield hero possess? Finally, Myrlia exhaled slowly. He hid the little complaint in his heart deeply in the deepest part of his heart. Oh, Your Majesty, it seems that the shield hero finally discovered me. And his ability is very vague. The woman wearing a face scarf said with some embarrassment. She wasn't lying after all. The method used by Bai He completely exceeded the limitations of the concept of shield hero. It's simply unbelievable vague. For example, Malaria frowned. She knows. Bai He used a flame containing extremely powerful energy to completely burn the palace to the ground. But this kind of flammability is also easy to explain. And there is no possibility of ambiguity at all. So, is it this shield hero who uses the other team? Yes. Shield hero Sama is taking that demi-human slave today. What? The woman wearing a hijab reported everything she saw and heard to King An. Myrlia initially listened to Bai He asking the Naayan slaves to kill the monsters. It still feels quite normal, but when Bai He heard that part, he just opened his mouth and forcibly turned a dozen monsters that rushed out into a real breeze. She lives in Bengbu. Bai He's ability. The first thing she thought of was a certain mythical character from another world. God, What these two have in common is that they both have the terrifying ability to manifest words into reality. This generation of shield warriors summoned is a superior god. Myrlia would not believe it even if she was beaten to death. But should she be confused or confused? It's really vague, however, after he found you. He didn't do anything to you. Which means that he is not the kind of person who kills innocent people. Myrlia sat on the throne, he sighed deeply. She naturally hopes that the braver she summons is as strong as possible. But as a person in power, naturally, she would not hope that the summoned hero would be too powerful. Even stronger than the rule makers, but for now. This shield hero probably already has such an ability. It's not easy to do, mother. I want to visit this shield hero, finally. Just as the palace hall fell silent, the purple-haired girl with two ponytails, Murdy, who had been standing silently beside Remilia, spoke. As the previous second heir to the throne, he is now the first heir. She still has the idea of wanting to share with her mother. No, it's too dangerous. The strength of the shield hero this time is very strong. Maybe even beyond our imagination, if you used to. Myrlia took a deep look at her daughter. Among the royal family, only her youngest daughter Melty can save her worry. I can't think like that. The shield hero of today's generation. The more powerful he is, the greater the threat he will erupt after being angered by some brainless people. Mother, you should be aware that in the capital, due to years of degrading propaganda against the shield hero, Melty said seriously at the same time. Zero, please give me flowers. He couldn't help but shook his head in his heart. Over the years, in order to support Sanyang Jiao, my sister Wang and my father have completely stepped on the image of the shield hero into the soil. This time the shield hero directly killed them with powerful strength. But what about next time? Perhaps if this kind of thing happens a few more times, this mighty shield hero will be completely disappointed in the Maramag kingdom. By the time, maybe it's time for Melamag to perish. Myrlia can become the queen. So she is not stupid. So she clearly knows what her daughter means finally. After pondering for a while, then he lowered his head deeply. Go ahead. I hope this shield hero, sign 0. The other side at this time. Bai He has reached the depths of a higher-level dense forest. This place is almost full of all kinds of powerful monsters. So it is also inaccessible all year round even. Even the little raccoon, who had become a little lively, was so frightened that he grabbed the clothes around Bai He's waist when he came to the depths of the jungle. Follow closely from time to time. He would blink his big eyes and observe what was going on around him. Only, even the slightest movement can scare the little raccoon into quickly retracting its little head. Seeing this, Bai He also smiled immediately. He took a slow, deep breath. Gomora armor allowed to come moment. The tyrannical and violent power completely enveloped the entire mountain range. But Bai He didn't care. Instead, he slowly injected a trace of the original energy in Gomora's armor into the holy shield on his wrist. A buzz. The next moment, Dunyoung's career panel automatically popped up in front of Bai He, and the skill tree extension page of the weapon shield was instantly adjusted. And after a moment of confusion, slowly lit up a light yellow skill position. Skill Earth Shield. Effective use after switching the shield to the Earth Shield. You will have the right to control the surrounding Earth within a certain range, including powerful attacks such as ground stabs. Introduction. This is the power from an extremely powerful creature. And this creature has begun to assume divinity and control the rules. Bai He looked at the ordinary little shield in his hand quietly. Gradually, after absorbing Gomora's power, it slowly turned into an earthy yellow shield similar to the ex-Gomora's head. There was also some strong interest, certainly. Bai He has a great interest in everything about monsters and monster girls. And the mechanism of integrating Gomora's power into this holy shield is also very interesting. It is roughly the new power created by combining the power of Gomora with the original power of the holy shield hero. Therefore, this kind of power is very unique. Even if it continues to be integrated, it will exceed some of the original limitations and become even more powerful. But Such a small amount of Gomora's power is already the absorption limit of the current shield level. What? If you want to continue to absorb the power of other monsters. 620, that's my guess. You have to hunt monsters and upgrade your shield and your own panel level. I don't know. When can I try to absorb the power of the ultimate boss monster? If I could, that's the skill that would really help me. Bai He thought happily at the same time. He also casually switched back the earth shield in his hand. Of course, Sathas is mainly because the earth shield is too big. It is almost equivalent to the large shield of a paladin. It can block most of Bai He's body when standing on the ground. And it's a heavy sum. I can only say that it is worthy of the weight of the earth. It's still an ordinary little holy shield that's a little lighter. Akino that I've finished testing my skills. Let's go back to the city Tilda. Bai He subconsciously touched the little raccoon's head, feeling that it was growing a little taller. He really has an inexplicable joy in raising a daughter. I will definitely work hard to become stronger. I will definitely help my master. The little raccoon seemed very dissatisfied with his performance today. After lowering his head and thinking for a while, he said with firm eyes, "Then eat well and strive to become more powerful and help me. At that time, I will introduce you to your other little sisters Tilda." Bai He took back his hand with a smile, walking ahead of the little raccoons, facing the breeze and the slowly setting sun in the afternoon. He looked at the peaceful scenery around him. Walk towards the city, this world is really true. When you are weak, there are dead ends and targets everywhere. But when you face the world with anger and strength, she will show you a gentle and beautiful side. It's really a B****ch at least. The current Bai He has not followed the old path of Dun Yang in the original work. It's really not something that ordinary people can endure without breaking out in those days when they are persecuted by the beautiful princess and her mentally retarded gunmen wherever they go. Fortunately, I've already started the game, so I just stepped on the horse and completely eliminated it Tilda. Sure enough, enjoying the different world that enhances your strength like this is the different world I like Tilda. Soon, Bai He returned to the Kingdom City. I don't know if it was wrong, but Bai He felt it vaguely. These soldiers who originally had deep hostility and disgust towards him have now somewhat restrained their hostility and even suppressed their displeasure. If this estimate is correct, Her Majesty the Queen should have taken action. Now that we have taken action, we haven't met yet. It seems that we are planning to wait until this wave passes before we find a legitimate reason to see each other Tilda. Bai He shook his head. He didn't care about any of this and just let nature take its course. Improve your strength. Experiment with more monster shields. And wait for the next wave to see if you can easily destroy the world. I'm living a pretty good life these days after. Bai He took the little raccoon to a dark shop again. There are all kinds of magical things on display here. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be a place similar to learning and purchasing in the world of Shield Hero. Help her choose a magic that suits her. Money is not an issue, Bai He vaguely remembers it. The original Shield Hero waited for this wave to pass before taking the little raccoon to choose magic. And it was also because I got to know the old lady in this magic shop during the wave. So he got a crystal jade for free. The function of crystal jade is very simple. It allows the user to quickly learn a magic spell sealed in it. Bai He doesn't like this thing. He had originally prepared the Shield Hero template to crazily upgrade all kinds of weird shields. As for playing magic, then leave it to the Bone King's worldview. The template for world disasters, let me see. The raccoon species are very suitable for phantom magic Tilda, sir. Do you want an ordinary magic book or a slightly more expensive crystal jade? The price of crystal jade is a little more expensive, but it can also learn magic faster. The old lady in the magic shop was selling enthusiastically. After all, in a place like a magic shop, ordinary people cannot make purchases. Even a random magic book in it would probably cost upwards of 30 silver coins Tilda. Lies? The price of a magic book is equal to that of a small raccoon. The most expensive one not bad. Bai He waved his hand and used a plugin like Shenquin to forcefully make a small bag of gold coins. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Is this what it feels like in online games where money is involved? How wonderful, Tilda. Okay, guest, please wait a moment. I will prepare it for you right away. See Bai He's small bag of genuine gold coins moment. The old lady's eyes lit up, and she quickly took out all the phantom magic crystal jade in the store for medical treatment. Even finally after studying, I found that I didn't have enough money. He also happily took out several pieces of high-quality armor. And that's the benefit of a magic shop. If it doesn't open for 3 years, it will last for 3 years if it opens after. Bai He took the little raccoon with him again, and he got familiar with the magic. And it took about 3 days immediately afterwards. The last wisp of sand fell as the countdown stood on Melamag. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire world fell into an extremely depressing atmosphere. And the vast sky was even more wrapped in terrifying power. And it seemed that not long after, a space entrance would be forcibly torn apart. Looks like I finally came to life, Tilda. I just don't know if Kyung Young's 3 guys will come over to solve this wave. Bai He has been focusing on spending time with the little raccoon these days. They simply ignored the so-called holy weapon warriors of the third brother. Of course, they did not have the power to be taken seriously by Bai He. Soon, Bai He followed the general terrain of the original work and came to a place with dense waves. In a medium-sized village end, Bai He also discovered the 3 holy weapon warriors who had been taught by San Yang to leave. Only this time, the armors worn by the 3 holy weapon warriors revealed something extremely interesting. That is, these 3 holy weapon warriors are actually wearing armor with the emblems of different countries. That is to say, after the 3 holy weapon warriors in Zero, 1 were taught by the 3 braves and left. Another split occurred as a result. The 3 brave men took refuge in the 3 countries surrounding Melamag. It's an interesting development, but according to the rules, it seems that a country can only summon 1 hero, Tilda. Forget it, this has nothing to do with me anymore, Tilda, now. It's fun time experimenting with skills. Let's take a look at the scene of the black goat of the forest facing off against the wave army. This time, I guess the people who want to applaud and appreciate it are the soldiers of the 3 kingdoms, Tilda, in an instant. The originally blue sky was gradually dyed into blood-like scarlet. And in this scarlet sky, strange blue-green vortices gradually emerged from it and slowly squirmed. Just like the evil god that was eroding the world. Bai He's eyelids twitched when he saw it. What a disgusting thing, after Bai He murmured. He slowly closed his eyes and ignored the skeleton soldiers gradually falling from the sky. But quietly feel the consciousness of the world. Something's wrong. The consciousness of this world is actually broken. And that wave in the sky is still swallowing the consciousness of this world. This isn't this horse raising goo. Bai He looks strange. Since the last time he accidentally saw the world consciousness of the god-killer world. Bai He subconsciously learned how to perceive this world consciousness. Therefore, this is also the reason why he can distinguish the situation of this world so quickly. Raising goo, this is quite interesting. It seems the world is a little more interesting than I imagined. Then since it's about raising goo, 8, why don't you let me speed up the process and let this world swallow more world consciousness? Promote to a complete world consciousness as soon as possible. By the time, it's just nourishment, Tilda, Bai He murmured. His eyes were very calm, as if he didn't take the entire world of life seriously at all. Extremely cruel, like a real cosmic demon. I'm really an evil villain, Tilda. I just don't know if I will be killed by this righteous protagonist in the future. Ha Tilda, Bai He smiled. He looked at the 3 brave men on the other side who were fighting with a group of skeleton soldiers. But however, these brave men are extremely strenuous. It is almost their limit to deal with 2 or 3 skeletons alone. This is also normal, after all. I have just come to this world not long ago. And I am trying my best to compete with another world. Anyone else would not be able to adapt. The wave is not big enough, Tilda, let this wave be more violent. Otherwise, summoning the black goat of the forest would be more or less overkill tilde. Bai He did not stop the wave instead. He quietly watched the three brave men in front of him, leading a large number of soldiers from three different kingdoms, frantically slashing at the monsters that fell in the wave. At the same time, Bai He also seemed to have discovered something. Look up. Silently looking in the direction of the palace, there seemed to be a group of more advanced levels, as well as more powerful and numerous forces gathered there. Are you watching a show? Then I hope you won't be scared for a while tilde, Bai He sensed. A group of high-level adventurers are gathering in the direction of the Maramager Palace. They are obviously the most powerful force among the three kingdoms. But these forces did not come to help when the tide came. Instead, watch the show quietly. That also shows that this group of people also want to see the strength of these four holy warriors. And this is also a guarantee. If the strength of the four holy warriors is not enough to deal with the wave, then these people will probably arrive in the village quickly and forcibly destroy these landing wave monsters with the strongest power. In other words, this is for the brave men to keep in mind and wipe their butts before they grow up. The location of the palace. Myrlia and Melt were quietly looking at a light curtain in front of them. And the picture shown above. It is one of the center points of this wave root village. Seeing these innocent villagers being killed, the tragic and shrill cries echoed in the empty hall. Melt frowned and turned his head away unbearably. Everyone, all three of your kingdoms have received the help of a holy weapon hero. Now that the tide is getting stronger and stronger, I hope you can also improve the holy weapon warriors in your hands as soon as possible. Myrlia's eyes were also a bit unbearable, but as a queen, she can't show too much humanity and emotions in front of these kings from other countries. Otherwise, there will be some immeasurable consequences. It's natural. That stupid autoclay actually tried to use the power of a country to cultivate four holy weapon warriors at the same time. In the end, he died inexplicably. It's really Tusk. The king who had gained the spear hero had a weird air of gloating over his misfortune. But what he said is true. In the face of a worldwide disaster like the tide, that beast of Odocker was still foolish enough to think of some so-called plan. Regardless of the threats and objections from other neighboring countries, he directly and forcefully summoned all the four holy warriors. Simply outrageous. Obviously, under such a worldwide disaster, handing over four brave men to four countries to train with all their strength can help to increase considerable strength faster. But that guy Otto Cray insists on having his own way. That is, fortunately, Lord Bow Hero returned to our country not too late. Now you are strong enough to face such a medium-sized wave with ease. The king who had harvested the Bow Hero looked at the light curtain with satisfaction. The scene of the Bow Hero with a solemn look on his face, wildly drawing his bow and shooting arrows. Killing skeleton soldiers, he nodded happily. This is the power of the holy weapon hero. If it were an ordinary adventurer, it would be impossible to have such a powerful power in just a few days. The sword heroes of our country are also very strong. The swordsmanship I learned in the past few days can now be used in battle with great proficiency. You are worthy of being a brave man. The king who had harvested the sword hero said this, and looked sympathetically at Queen Remilia, who was sitting on the throne. There seems to be no movement from the shield hero's side. Could it be that they were frightened by the power of the wave? Pity of Queen Remilia heard this. He also looked at the king with a strange expression. The shield hero was frightened, good guy. Anyone can be scared by this wave. But there is no way this generation of shield hero will be scared. Really? Then please wait and see. Myrlia didn't explain, since Bai He would always take action later otherwise. He might not have rushed to the center of the wave, see this. The eyes of the three kings flickered, as if they had thought of something. After looking at each other, he didn't say anything more and continued to observe quietly. Only this time their gaze. More emphasis was placed on the shield hero by he who had been standing in the center of the wave. As if waiting for something 307, they want to see it too. What is the situation with this generation of shield heroes? How could he give this old fox Myrlia such strong self-confidence? Then soon they just understand Tilda. I saw Bai He in the light screen finally taking action. I saw. Bai He stood up slowly, boom boom boom, this moment. With him as the center. Complex and powerful pure white magic arrays began to be outlined in midair. The energy contained in these magic arrays. Even the three kings far away in the palace, including Myrlia, felt it clearly. And all their faces changed. This. What level of magic is this, isn't it right? Can this level of magic really be unleashed by humans? This horse is the shield hero, now. Even though Bai He's black goat of the forest has not been released. The three kings in the palace, including Myrlia, are now standing up with shortness of breath. His eyes were fixed on the screen, and his whole body was trembling under the pressure of this magical and terrifying aura. This is the smell of pure death and destruction. This is so dark that it touches the aura of the evil god. This is a tribute to the mother goddess of Fengyang, to be honest. Bai He didn't know that the super magic of Bone King's worldview was put into Dunyang's world. What level is it, but the performance should not be too bad. And this thing involves the evil god using a terrifying thing. It is estimated that under the synchronization of all realms in the chat group, things like combat power and expressiveness may also be appropriately enhanced a lot. While Bai He was thinking as he started to move, the condensed super magic turned into black auras and began to spread throughout the entire world. And these dark auras also appear extremely strange. The waves of monsters from other worlds that fell from the sky and were just about to start wreaking havoc. The moment they came into contact with these black auras, the whole body suddenly fell down softly. Almost in a moment, there are waves of creatures from other worlds falling into this baby-like sleep. This feeling, why does it look like a little Gatten? Speaking of little Gatten, I haven't been back for a long time. Well, after this wave is over, there will be nearly 30 days until the next wave. So I can go back and see the little monster girls. Bai He looked at the endless black mist that spread across the sky in front of him. Smash itto, be honest. He really doubted whether every evil god appeared with this kind of awesome black mist. Then when the black mist comes out, a large number of creatures will die first, but speaking of this black mist, he really missed the little monster girls. After all, it's all worth it. This is the first time that he has been away from the daily world for so long. Almost a week or so for now. The high-ranking Reblondo has penetrated the world a little bit. That is to say, I can leave a coordinate in this world. With this coordinate, when I want to come back in the future, as long as I spend a little more energy, I may be able to travel directly between the two worlds at will. Bai He nodded with satisfaction. The only thing that made him a little confused was, this world is so perfect that it has been penetrated by the body of Supreme Rebrand. And even Bai He did not encounter any resistance from the consciousness of the world. The penetration was completed easily, perhaps. Is it possible that this kind of different world that summons heroes from other worlds every day is like this? Bai He shrugged helplessly. He was too lazy to think about these more complicated issues. And while Bai He was stunned, this whole wave of monsters from another world, all that have descended on the ground so far, have already fallen heavily, and their bodies did not disappear, as if they were under some kind of strange spell. There is some kind of restriction in the village. The three brave men also watched the entire process of Bai He's use of magic with extremely shocked eyes. Is this still the shield hero? Is this the power he brought with those unknown abilities the other day? Damn it, why did we all travel together on horseback? Why don't we have this power plus? The three brave men all have different thoughts now. The sword hero kept looking at Bai He, as if he wanted to find out the secret of Bai He. His face still maintained a cold and mature poker face. This is the real brave. The bow hero clenched the bow and arrow in his hand, looking at the wave monsters around him that he might not be able to defeat even if he shot several arrows. Now they were all knocked down by Bai He's magic. The difference in this, it's as big as a human or an animal. Damn it, we all traveled together. Obviously, I have a more powerful holy weapon. Why don't I have this terrifying and powerful hidden ability? Why who can say such stupid things? It's obvious that he's a gun hero like us who has a bit of trouble with his brain. He held the gorgeous holy weapon gun tightly in his hand and pierced the neck of a fallen wave monster in front of him, while looking at Bai He with twisted jealousy. While I was constantly using Bai He to knock down these powerful monsters, I thought about taking the opportunity to kill a few more to increase my experience and level. But it's a pity. The life of the wave monster, after being corroded by the black mist released by Bai He, is already in a certain state of immortality. Until Bai He unlocked the second part of the magic. Only then will these wave monsters be used again, and at the same time exit that immortal state. So, even if the gun hero tried his best to pierce the necks of these wave monsters, he could not really kill them, so this is pure wasted effort. And there are a group of powerful men from the three kingdoms in the palace in the distance. At this time, he slumped down on the luxurious chair with eyes filled with boundless shock. Immediately, he took a deep look at Myrlia, who was tall on the throne. Did you already know that this year's shield hero possesses such a magic that can destroy the world? This kind of magic. The tone of the king who owns the sword hero is trembling and stammering. Him as a king. He knew very well just how powerful the magic ability displayed by the shield hero Bai He was. Without any exaggeration, if this shield hero uses that magic on his country, that power can almost destroy his king's capital in one blow. There is absolutely no possibility of survival. Are you sure this is the shield hero? Didn't it mean that the shield hero only plays the role of damage resistance and meets shield among the four holy heroes? What the hell is going on now? The king with the bow hero also swallowed. This rider is the shield hero. Such a big and powerful magic can be released at will. I will believe you even if you say that he is a brave man of magic. The issue is, does such a magical hero really exist in this world? It's a loss if I knew it earlier. I should have understood it first. And I am taking in these brave men. The king with the hero of the spear was shocked by the combat power displayed by the hero of the shield Bai He. He looked at the hero of the gun he had chosen again, with a jealous and distorted expression on his face. It also made the king's face look ugly. Tusk, I chose garbage. Although speaking of the other three brave men, together they cannot compare to this shield brave man. But look at other people's sword bravery and bow bravery. He is calm even if he is shocked. He still knows some restraint. Let's take a look at the gun hero we selected, now. The king who owns the hero of the gun. Now he just wants to help his forehead and sigh at the loss. You know, maybe. This generation of shield hero does have some differences. Remiliaho was sitting high on the throne, looked at the envious and shocked expressions of the three kings below. Also take a deep breath. She withdrew the shock she was about to reveal from her eyes. Only she's not completely stiff yet. But she clearly saw through the light curtain that Bai He's dozens of pure white magic arrays surrounding him were flickering again. Immediately afterwards, Bai He waved his hand gently again, boom boom boom. The countless bodies of the wave monsters that fell to the ground instantly turned into a wisp of black mist and dissipated. They all gathered in the air at a weird speed. They gathered into something even weirder, that's good, a huge piece of meat like a black cloud, covered with weird and enchanting tentacles. And next to each tentacle is a huge mouth. Under its body are dozens of hooves similar to black goats. And the monster's voice roared like a sheep. Full of inexplicable weirdness and distortion, it is modeled after the mother goddess of all things. One of the three pillar gods, the black goat gauze of the forest. Even though it's just a counterfeit. But this terrifying and twisted appearance truly brings an unprecedented sense of terror to everyone in this world. For a while, everyone present, it's even a little unclear. Who is coming to invade and destroy the world this moment? In the villages and even in the surrounding cities. Those places are being invaded by wave monsters. All the people were full of fear and shock, staring at the 3 or 4 huge and strange forest black goat figures standing between the sky and the earth. These people look at the black goat of the forest, which is full of distortion and weirdness. I looked at this wave monster again even though it has a skull. But it seems to be quite ferocious for a while. They actually thought this wave was a monster. We all got a lot closer inexplicably after all. Looking at these wave monsters, at least there is a humanoid figure on the horse. At least they won't make the people feel completely rejected and frightened physically and mentally. But those 3 or 4 figures made weird goat noises from time to time and were still trampling on everything. But let these people even take a second look. I feel like my brain is going to explode. Take a look together. It's really hard to tell which side is coming to destroy the world. F*** K***, but Bai He doesn't care about that much. Now that the super magic has been completely cast, so next. Then began to tear apart the world above this wave. Let's see if we can get even a glimmer of world consciousness. Go for it, go and bring hope to the people in this wave. And eat the space of that wave. Bai He waved his hand. Suddenly the 4 black goats of the forest, which had been standing motionless on the spot, started to move completely. What tilde. The strange goat's cry echoed throughout the world. Almost everyone who heard it had an inexplicable splitting headache, and even wanted to put aside their own minds to take a look. Commonly known as lose sand value. The 4 black goats of the forest took action. They began to trample the surrounding ground. Wherever they went, those wave monsters that had just arrived and had not figured out the situation were directly swallowed into their mouths. Repeat immediately. All of a sudden. About 10 minutes passed. These 4 strange forest black goats completely devoured the wave monsters on the ground. Such a crazy look. The people around me looked with fear in their eyes. And they were so frightened that they couldn't even run away. I could only stand there blankly, staring at the huge black goat of the forest. I'm afraid of this thing after eating all the wave monsters. The next ones will be eating them, but just then. A young boy's voice clearly reached the ears of all the people present. Since I saved you, then why don't you celebrate for me? Perhaps my little pets will also enjoy your celebration. The voice sounded like that of a teenager. But people now don't care about this stuff. They only heard the last sentence. Would these little pets, aka these monsters, enjoy the celebration driven by fear? Some smarter people began to think of every way they could think of to express their degree of celebration. The excited pastor began to modify his prayers on the spot, praising the strange body of the black goat of the forest. Some swordsmen danced a dance to celebrate their hometown, and some adventurers took out small drums and beat them fiercely. There were also some beautiful magicians who started dancing gracefully. Only, the faces of these people are all mixed with a kind of crazy despair and a desire for life. For a while the scene looked extremely weird. Bai He saw this. I was also interested. So I took a photo and recorded the scene. I edited it and sent it to the group at the same time. He also took a look at it. I noticed that the group seemed to be discussing something too. The super god, the sad fairy fox, counting the time. Blue Star is probably going to be in chaos. I rub the ball every day. And the little days of chasing and chasing will be gone. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider, what's going on? How come what you said sounds like the end of the world? The super god, the sad fairy fox, the end of the world. For ordinary people, it is almost the same as the end of the world, right? Bengta Yinlang, I understand. Is that the Battle of Tian you often mentioned about to begin? Well, the super god, the sad fairy fox, my silver wolf is better. Remember what I said? Really, I cried to death. The super god, the sad fairy fox, get out of here. Little spider. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider. Super god Angel Kesha, is it about to start already? Do you need me to bring the angel army over to help? Super god Angel Kesha, to be honest, I really want to meet my future self in your world. Super god sad fairy little fox, according to the plot given by Bai He. The training of the Xiongbing company should have been completed. And there has been an inexplicable and strange silence in Tianhe City in the past 2 days. The super god the sad fairy fox and the daily newspaper in Tianhe City has also begun to ask residents to prepare supplies. It seems that they intend to evacuate and relocate collectively. Super god sad little fairy fox, if nothing else happens. The Towdy is coming. Super god sad fairy little fox, I also hope you can come. Sister Keshabut in this dog chat group. Each head counts as 1 place. And each time traveling place is worth 1,000 points, 17. Super Aab God the sad fairy fox, who can afford such a price? Oh, I'll say this. Bai He also has a general understanding of the current group chat. He nodded. After signaling the black goat of the forest to rush directly into the wave in the sky and eat the wave. He also directly sent the picture and text he just edited to the group. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. I save the world every day. I'm such a good person, tilde. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. Look at the aboriginal people of this world. How happy they are singing and dancing. Daily, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. A certain ultimate blue and white alien uploaded a picture, named Celebration Picture. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox. The Super God the Sad Little Fairy Fox, but they are very happy. They seem to be so happy that they are going crazy with joy. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, tusk tusk tusk. Your scene is even more weird than the whole applause of Mamanga. Super God Sad Little Fairy Fox, if you don't watch it. You will easily lose your sanity. Suzire Ali clicked on the picture posted by Bai He and immediately closed it. God F **** G singing and dancing. Are you sure that this kind of performance with distorted expressions and full of fear is a celebration of riding a horse? What? Why do I feel like I am riding a horse to worship the evil god? What? Bone King Mamanga, on the 7th day I have just traveled through time. I have become familiar with the great tomb of Nazareth. I feel like I am super strong now, Bone King Mamanga, huh? Isn't this a tribute from the super powerful mother goddess of magic? Bone King Mamanga, as expected of a leader. He's still so good at showing off. Bone King Flying Squirrel, I will try it in the future too. Bone King Mamanga, by the way. When will my boss come to my world to play? I feel like there is still some inexplicable danger in this world. Bone King Flying Squirrel, following the leader. I feel safe. Even after hanging out in the chat group for so long. Suzuki Satoru's character of fighting wits and courage with the air has not changed. Now I am still hiding in the great tomb of Nazareth, waiting for the plot to be triggered later. Everyday life's a certain ultimate blue and white alien, I'll check it out later. After all, the template for disaster in my current world is from your world. What? Daily life a certain ultimate blue and white alien, but now I am more curious. In the Battle of Tianhe in Suzaya Ali's world. Will this dog chat group complete the mission? Daily life's a certain ultimate blue and white alien, if you think about it carefully. This dog chat group hasn't been on a mission for a long time. But that's when Bai He sent these words. Chat group of all worlds. There was really a certain response. Congratulations to the group members, the sad fairy fox triggered a large-scale task within the group. Mission name Super God Battle of Tian. Mission goal destroy the Towdy civilization. Whether to trigger the hidden mission depends on the completion of the mission. Task reward 5,000 points per participant guaranteed. Tip, there will be additional bonuses for completing hidden tasks. Mission combat power. Those with city-destroying level combat power or below are not allowed to participate in this group of missions. Task registration, unlimited participants. Mission time, the mission will start after the Battle of Tianhe breaks out 3 days later. With a countdown of 71 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds 1. Tip, you can choose to register for time travel in advance. By he was stunned. He really didn't expect that he would just say a few words casually. It was really just forced out by the task of the chat group. It turns out that this thing still has triggering properties tilde. The super god the sad fairy fox, wow. It's coming, it's coming. The group task of the chat group is finally here. Super god sad fairy little fox, and it's actually a group mission with no limit on the number of people. The super god, the sad fairy fox, hiss. The super god, the sad fairy little fox. The little fox has been wandering for half his life. And he has never met his father. He is like a father and never abandons him. The little fox is worshipped as his adoptive father. In a material purchasing station. This is the base station where Tianhe City distributes emergency supplies and evacuates all statisticians. Originally, Suzai had already made preparations today to evacuate with the large army. After all, the best she can do now is to use a hill to restrain the other side. You can also rub a few small energy balls that do decent damage. But these gadgets are nothing compared to the various armors from Taudi, with outrageous defenses from aliens. Don't see you. When that guy Ji Xiaolin started fighting in the Tian battle, the sword in his hand and the horse in his hand were all driven crazy by the opposite pavilion. It's so scary, therefore Su Xiaoli, a timid idiot, was prepared to evacuate out of Tian City with the large army first. But now with this unlimited group task, it's different. What a nonsense. Su Xiaoli's eyes became brighter and brighter. Just thinking about the big group of friends who can come over in the future. What kind of ultimate Spider-Man can do magic? What kind of Angel Queen's sister from the old era? What kind of criminal in the universe has unparalleled hacking skills? And the most perverted one, Bai He, who seems to be able to explode stars and even galaxies now. Depend on what a fart. It should be Taudi running across the street. Think of this. Su Xiaoli's eyes narrowed, and she threw the salt she was selecting on the ground in excitement. He turned around and left the material statistics base station directly. Taudi will come in 3 days. That means there are still 3 days until the Battle of Tianhe begins. In these 3 days, keep rubbing your balls together. Anyway, the big guys in the group will take over. After 3 days, just throw the ball as hard as you can. This moment, Su Xiaoli, who had been nervous for a whole month, had never felt so relaxed and comfortable as she did today. This is feeling safe. Bone King Mamanga, holy shit. 5,000 group points as a base. There are extra points for completing hidden tasks later. Bone King Mamanga, I must take on this mission. Bone King Mamanga, just in time to test how high the combat power of this Mamanga account is. In the Great Tomb of Nazareth, there is an extremely dark feeling here. And in the most important layer of this big tomb, Suzuki Satoru is now anti-urge you. It has completely transformed into an extremely huge undead creature whose whole body is made of white bones. This kind of attribute is worthy of me working day and night for a month. A Suzuki Satoru's big, bone-white hand tapped the armrest of the seat rhythmically and watched quietly. The several NPCs created by the supreme beings in the Great Tomb of Nazareth are in front of me. When the leader comes, let him pick a few to go. This nonsense about riding on a horse. I can't move when I look at it, it's really disgusting. Finally, Suzuki Satoru waved his hand bitterly. After giving these guardians of the tomb a series of tasks, they immediately closed the chat group and continued to study their own panels. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider, okay. I can finally put the mirror space and dimensional gates I have learned to good use. Marvel's Spider-Man Star Spider, before in the city. These abilities were not used at all. The super criminals were subdued. And there was no superhero experience at all too. On top of the tallest building in the city, the little spider was sitting calmly, taking out snacks with the help of the dimensional door, while admiring the bright moonlights. It looks so unpleasant. Super God Angel Kesha, 5,000 points. Super God Angel Kesha. It just so happened that the divine body was recently upgraded to the 4th generation. And it was completely integrated with the ability to drive stellar energy. Super God Angel Kesha, some time ago. I even picked up a stellar computer to be used as an engine. Super God Angel Kesha, it feels very strong. Angel Kesha sat high in the main hall of Merlot Heaven, quietly looking at the angels below who had successfully upgraded to the 3rd generation of Super Warrior genes. I couldn't help but sigh if she hadn't gotten this chat group. Maybe everything would have been even worse, perhaps. It can also be said, if she hadn't met Bai He in the chat group. Everything is likely to happen again. It's been a long time since I saw you. The flow of time in each world is different. Maybe only a short month has passed on Bai He's side. But on Kaisha's side of the super god universe, about 1 or 2 years have passed. And this time flow rate is still accelerating, but this time flow rate will not be affected when Kesha logs into the chat group to chat. The other side, Bai He also watched the conversations of various group members in the group chat. He smiled and shook his head. 3 days. It's enough for me to place the little raccoon first and buy a little philo bird egg to hatch. Anyway, there are still about 30 or 40 days until the next wave. Bai He said as he spoke. He also raised his head and looked at the black goat of the forest in the sky, who was already excitedly munching on the wave space. Zero, please give me flowers. I guessed it right. What? The space that forms a so-called wave and releases monsters from another world definitely contains fragments of world consciousness from another world. That's why, once the heroes of one world completely destroy the wave, it will basically be the same as destroying the other world. And with his whisper, the black goat of the forest also gnawed the last piece of wave space. Finally, bang bang bangs. 4 extremely powerful black goats of the forest exploded to death under everyone's gaze. These black goats of the forest seemed to have been burst by something inside them. Not a single intact body fragment was seen. And the mysterious object that exploded the black goat in the forest seemed to suddenly have consciousness. Fly directly towards the high sky. It seems like he wants to escape from something. It's all here, it would be rude to leave so suddenly. Zero. Bai He saw this in a flash of his body. He used his extremely fast speed to directly reach the mysterious object that exploded the black goat of the forest. Only then did he see clearly what this mysterious object really looked like. This one looks like a shard of glass in a broken mirror. But this shard of glass contains extremely violent energy. This piece shows that Bai He has arrived. I still want to keep running, but it was too late. I saw. Bai He followed his inner guidance and held the fragment in front of him tightly in his hand. Feel the violent energy raging in the palm of your hand. Like the next moment, it can directly tear his palm into pieces, but this is just a look. After a few minutes, the fragment became completely silent at the same time. Bai He also clearly heard the notification sound from the big monster. Congratulations on completing the dimensional destruction. The degree of destruction is 7%. Congratulations on successfully obtaining world consciousness fragments. 7 pieces, 100 pieces. Tip: collect 100 world consciousness fragments to obtain the real world consciousness. Tip: the more world consciousness fragments you obtain at one time, the difficulty will also increase significantly. Tip: please proceed with caution. Detect your first item that destroys the world's consciousness level. A chance to draw a lucky draw for special reward Ultra Universe equipment. Are there more draws? And it's also an Ultra Universe equipment lottery. Bai He's eyes lit up. Be honest. He still has full expectations for this Ultra Universe equipment lottery. After all, in this last draw, I directly drew beta equipment that was extremely terrifying and greatly enhanced by his combat power. Now this beta device has even evolved to the point where it can summon the phantom of Ray Brando from a higher dimension. The power to destroy an asteroid system with one strike. Isn't this scary? So Bai He is looking forward to it now. In this Ultra Universe equipment lottery, what exactly can you draw? Start the lottery immediately. Bai He took a deep breath. Immediately he looked around again. Now all the wave monsters have been completely eliminated. And with the disappearance of the black goat of Nason, the group of people who were forced to congratulate immediately seemed to be running for their lives. They ran away in different directions without looking back. Watch this scene. As if Bai He is the wave that destroys the world. It's so 430, that's outrageous. He is obviously the savior who saves the world, right? Do not care, let's draw the lottery first. I guess they won't be able to sit still after a while. Bai He narrowed his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the location of the palace in the distance. He immediately shook his head. He gave the order directly to the big monster. Instruction receiving. We are preparing to draw Ultra-Universe equipment for you. Under extraction successful. Congratulations, received Ultra-Universe equipment Belial Dusk. Belial Dusk category equipment. Purpose holding the void in hand. Belial will break through the world's barriers at dusk. Come to Yuan fight with you. Detailed function. Belial Dusk has the ability to pierce the universe and even cause critical damage to the world consciousness, and is disgusted by the world consciousness skill. Belial Twilight Slash. The blade of Belial Twilight is entwined with purple energy, and the attack energy such as slashing and stabbing on the enemy will form a sword of light to kill the opponent. Absorption Reflection. The mouth-absorbing device in Belial Dusk absorbs the energy of the enemy, and then entangles its own light power, and counterattacks with several times the power. Belial Dusk claws insert Belial Dusk into the ground, and fly out huge Belial bloody claws to tear or restrain the enemy. Belial's final slash at dusk absorbs all the power of the user, and achieves the strongest blow at this stage. This blow has the effect of annihilating and tearing the universe. How can it react to the lack of mass and energy? The void existence can also cause high damage. Introduction. The Needle of the Universe, used to suture the whole of the universe in the universe where Zeta is active, is transformed into a dagger-shaped weapon after receiving the Berea factor in Ultraman Jeed's body. It is powerful and has one's own consciousness. Bai He was stunned immediately. He subconsciously stretched out his hand and shook the void in front of him. Next moment, an extremely thick, metallic luster-like black-red weapon similar to a dagger cut through the void, and barrier sand appeared in his hand. And this is Twilight of Belial. The hilt of the sword is blessed with the head of an arrogant Berea, and the blade is sunken in black red and purple. It looks extremely strange and powerful. You can clearly tell at a glance. This knife is definitely not simple, holy shit. What a Bebe sword. I now have Bai He's basic form. And now I have the Bebe sword. Isn't this horse riding a complete set of tricks? Bai He murmured with a strange expression. The last time he upgraded to the third stage of Leonix, he happened to get the card with the power of Belia's initial form. Bai He's form, not Ultraman form. It's just that this part of the world has not been used yet. Just put it on hold for now, but this was not expected. I can actually get such a Bebe sword today, wonderful. And this ability to critically attack the world consciousness is also the ability that Bai He needs most at the moment. This is just like having a pillow when you feel sleepy soon. Just as Bai He got Belial Dusk less than a few seconds later, Bai He could clearly feel the infinite pressure coming from Berea at dusk. This feeling, it's like holding the whole world in your hands. It is indeed a weapon against the world. Bai He casually inserted Berea Dusk on the ground, and he himself sat directly next to Belial Dusk. Immediately afterwards, I saw Berea speaking in the dusk. What do you want to do with me? Berea's voice at dusk is very deep, full of rebelliousness and arrogance. Let me see. How about we go chop the world into pieces together? I think it's quite interesting. What do you think? Bai He sat casually on the ground, not worrying that the dust around him would stain his clothes. He replied casually, and this is what Bai He needs to do now. He has to lead a group of little monster girls to destroy the original consciousness of various worlds. Chop up the world. Interesting because it's interesting. Then I will follow you first. Berea's dusk eyes flashed with a scarlet light. It is clear. This Berea Dusk is very satisfied with Bai He's answer just now, and even feels a little eager to try it. All right. Since I approve of you, I can just summon you whenever you want to cut something interesting. Immediately afterwards, Berea Dusk finished speaking. He simply broke free from Bai He's hand, shattered the space in front of him again, and disappeared outside the vast world. It's really an unpredictable weapon. It just so happens that I don't have a handy weapon. So from now on I will use Belial Dusk to kill monsters. Bai He didn't care. Anyway, Belial Dusk's character is like this. If your personality changes to a lowbrow manner, because you were summoned by a big monster. Then it will be filled with all sorts of ailments and weirdness. Soon time passed little by little. Bai He also led the little raccoon, who had experienced the wave and grown a lot. Back to the city minister only, come back this time. The soldiers guarding the capital city saw Bai He from a distance. He was immediately frightened and stood up straight and saluted respectfully towards you. Welcome back, brave warrior, it is clear. This dutiful soldier was obviously one of the witnesses who saw Bai He summoning the black goat of the forest. Bai He saw this. He also smiled and didn't pay much attention. He has experienced the respect and awe brought by this kind of power countless times. Already used to it. And after Bai He enters the royal capital. The faces of the people I met on the road were filled with inexplicable awe, and they kept their distance. And the first time I saw Bai He, bow your head and salute. As for the courtesy, Bai He didn't pay attention to it and didn't bother to pay attention. This is the high-standard treatment that powerful power can bring. The little raccoon who had been following Bai He looked curiously at the crowd of people around him who were in awe of Bai He with his big eyes. Obviously, these people were disgusted with the master just a few days ago. After, Bai He took the little raccoon to the restaurant where he loved to eat before. Lord Brave, what do you want? 10 from now on. All your dishes in our store will be free of charge. You can eat whatever you want. Quality is to thank you for saving our country. The owner of the hotel said so. If it weren't for the hotel owner's sweaty forehead and extremely nervous expression. Bai He really believed this nonsense. Okay, then you can order whatever you want. Bai He did not refuse, but shrugged and sent the boss away directly because a more interesting guest appeared, and this person. It's the queen of all Melamag, Myrlia, hello. Shield hero. In a small restaurant in the kingdom of Melamag Remilia. The queen of Melamag. But she was wearing a very ordinary casual dress behind. There were also 3 men who looked the same as middle-aged. They were all casually wearing a series of casual clothes. However, these casual clothes were also made of very high-end materials. They were obviously the poor people in the eyes of the so-called rich. Moreover, the auras of these men are not at all as muddy as those of normal civilians. It is clear. The identities of these 3 people are probably not simple. What can you do with me? Bai He didn't even lift his head. And continued to eat his food silently. It seems that these powerful people in front of him and Her Majesty, the Queen, are not as interesting as the bowl of rice under his hands. But it seems to be the case. Bai He has been in this different world for nearly a week. And this food from another world. He also inexplicably changed from being terrible to tasting. To tasting Akian now it definitely tastes pretty good tilde. It's amazing. If it weren't for Bai He's own speed resistance being maxed out and no harmful substances being detected. Otherwise, he would really think that the restaurant owner added ingredients to the food. What do you think of this kingdom? Remilia was no nonsense. Although she still doesn't know very clearly what happened to the young shield hero in front of her in the palace a week ago. But she also had a rough idea. It was probably the fault of her dim-witted husband and daughter. And this kind of thing normally. Remilia would only pay compensation and decide whether to help fight back and clear up the grievances, depending on the value of the person who was bullied. 18 euros like Bai He in front of me. As soon as he came to another world, he immediately had a brave man who could destroy a kingdom at will. Myrlia could only say even if these 2 beasts die, they will still leave such a big disaster to the entire Melamag kingdom. This is no longer the case just by washing away the grievances. Now I want to make the brave man in front of me happy. And how to make him get rid of his disgust and dissatisfaction with the entire Melamag. Bai He looked up at Remilia in front of him and smiled slightly. You are much smarter than that husband of yours. Bai He said. He also finished the last bite of food directly. Wiped his hands casually and continued, originally. I am planning to wait until this wave passes and then proceed to directly destroy this country. Oh no, it's the whole world, Bai He said this. His eyes were still calm as he looked at Remilia and the 3 middle-aged men present. Don't look at me like that. But believe me, I can definitely destroy this world. After all, originally this world is just a broken little world. If it is destroyed, it will be destroyed, Bai He said this. The little raccoon who was quietly cooking on the side also finished eating, but accidentally knocked over a bottle of seasoning. It directly attracted the attention of everyone present. Bai He saw this, he also smiled and held him in his arms. Because of some things, this world has not completely disappointed me, but it all depends on my mood. After Bai He finished his last words, the atmosphere in the entire hotel had dropped to freezing point. Ramilia and the three middle-aged men looked at each other. Same. He is thinking about the authenticity of what Bai He said. And Ziping is even thinking about whether he really has the ability to destroy the world. After all, the ability Bai He showed before in the wave basically has the power to destroy a country. And if such a country is destroyed one by one, does it seem like you really have the ability to destroy the entire world? Bai. Ramilia opened her mouth to explain something, but was speechless in the face of this absolute power. All explanations and rationales seem very feeble. After all, the essence of this world is that the strong control and make the rules. Finally, Ramilia's aura became sluggish. This is all the fault of the Melamag royal family. Please don't blame this matter on the whole world. Hear this. The three middle-aged men beside Myrlia also looked happy. But they were quickly suppressed, they didn't say anything. Just watching Bai He's reply quietly. But Bai He remained indifferent. It has nothing to do with right or wrong. It just depends on my mood, how do you say something? What does destroying you have to do with you? Bai He said this. He just threw a gold coin into the hands of the hotel waiter. Then turned around and left. He didn't care at all about the dull expressions on the faces of Myrlia and the others behind him. It wasn't until Bai He left with the little raccoon for a long time. Myrlia and the others finally came to their senses. And they all continued to sit on their chairs with expressions of decadence and low energy. I don't know what's going on in my mind after Bai He left. Instead of continuing to return to the hotel to rest, he went directly to the slave trader's location. If his memory is correct, at the end of the first wave, the eggs of the little angel Philo were sent to the slave dealer. Just right before going to the super god world. Buy little Philo's eggs first and hatch them slowly. Maybe after this battle is over, little Philo will be born. Bai He thought. The footsteps have already arrived at the slave mall that looks like a circus. The little raccoon around him seemed to be full of fear and hostility towards this place. The moment he entered, he grabbed Bai He's clothes tightly. See this? Bai He could only comfort the little raccoon. After all, this thing can be regarded as one of the mental illnesses of the little raccoon. And Bai He did not choose to use stimulation therapy like the original Dun Yang. Therefore, we can only raise it slowly, guest. Welcome to visit again, Tilda. Your performance and strength in the wave just now really impressed me. The slave trader is still fat, wearing small black sunglasses and a mustache on his face, looking very vulgar and gloomy at the same time. He was also sizing up the powerful shield hero in front of him. Don't talk nonsense anymore. I need something that can pull goods and people. And Philo Bird is a good choice. Do you have any here? Bai He waved his hand. He didn't directly say that he wanted to buy Philo Birds. After all, in the original work, Shield Hero's Philo Bird was opened from a blind box with a pile of eggs. This is no ordinary fellow 667 bird. And Bai He is also confident that he can open Philo Little Angel from the blind box. Certainly, this confidence does not come from strength. Rather, it stems from Dunyang's affinity for demi-humans. Guest, you are really considerate, just in time. Guest, please look here, Tilda. The slave merchant's eyes flickered, and he pointed at a gorgeous box next to him. There was a pile of pure white monster eggs sitting on it. Monster Egg Lottery, with at least 100 silver coins. You can directly draw a Philo Bird, 11. How about it? Are the guests interested? The slave merchant said, deliberately making an extremely exaggerated expression. Even if you the guest are lucky, you can directly draw the dragon ride worth 20 gold coins. The corners of Bai He's mouth raised. The blind box opening session in the original book is the so-called monster egg lottery. Let me try. Bai He was still rich and threw a gold coin directly to the slave merchant. Immediately, just follow the feeling in his heart. He directly selected the one that he liked the most from the pile of white monster eggs, and chose to sign the contract without hesitation. If nothing else happens, this one will probably be the little angel Philo in the future. After giving Philo's monster egg to the little raccoon, Bai He also took the little raccoon to the location where high-level monsters were found again, and upgraded them. With the support of Bai He, who is a bad guy, the little raccoon's character and strength are also increasing at an extremely terrifying and ridiculous speed. If nothing unexpected happens, as far as the current strength of the little raccoon is concerned, it is definitely stronger than the 3-4 holy warriors. That's pretty good at the same time. Bai He's own level is also improving rapidly, and he will soon reach the level where he can experience the second monster shield. Finally, enough level to open the second monster shield. Who will you choose this time? How about Gilbaris? Bai He's eyes lit up. He was suddenly a little curious about the pure science fiction style of Gilbaris, combined with the proper Western fantasy style of the Four Saints. What kind of shield can be assembled? So Bai He didn't write ink either. After taking the little raccoon back to a very wide forest, Bai He also asked the little raccoon to stay away from him. Immediately, Bai He took a deep breath. Let's begin summoning the Gilbaris armor for the first time. Gilbaris armor is allowed to come. It's still the same mountain range. It is still an extremely exaggerated and terrifying power, exploding crazily. The birds and beasts fled in all directions, and even the high sky was attracted by this powerful force. And a thundercloud rolled in next moment. Bai He saw it even more clearly. A pure white magic circle slowly appeared from the sky. Only judging from the size of this magic circle, it seems to have surpassed Bai He's size, and is completely different from what normal armor can look like. This size isn't it considered armor anymore. Bai He looked at the huge pure white magic array in the sky and couldn't help but become curious. After all, this is also the first time Bai He has summoned the armor of Gilbaris. He really didn't know. What kind of operation does Gilbaris armor work? But just when Bai He was thinking, the pure white magic array in the sky has been outlined. Boom boom boom's moment. A white light shrouded Bai He's head and directly took his body off the ground. Bai He felt his eyes go dark when he regained his sight again. He was surprised to find out he at this time. We actually came to a location that looked like a sci-fi mecha cockpit, with everything around it transparent. Bai He can also see the outside world very clearly. At the same time, he can also use the third-person perspective to see clearly what kind of mecha he is in. Good boy. This Gilbaris armor turns out to be a mecha Gundam riding on a horse. Damn, you're making a difference. I never thought that one day I would be able to fly a Gundam mecha. Bai He took advantage of the third-person perspective in the Gilbaris mecha and quickly saw it clearly. What kind of mecha is he in? I saw that the mecha barrel was snow white, and almost every piece of armor is engraved with some kind of beautiful and mysterious pattern. The position of the mecha's head is very similar to Galatron's dragon-shaped head, but his figure is much taller and more imposing than Galatron. But he still holds the sword in his right hand and in his left hand. Look carefully. This is exactly an upgraded version of Galatron's mecha. Good, the looks are good in the future. We can use it more on some mechanical monsters and super beasts. Bai He also looked at the interior of this Gilbaris armor with great surprise. This interior, it is also full of silvery white. And there is no complicated operating system. So Bai He only needs to stand in the simulation console and make any action. The mecha from the outside world. Corresponding actions will be taken without any delay. It feels a bit like Iron Samurai, but it's really cool. After all, it's cool to be able to transform into the gigantic form of Leonix. But it's also cool to be able to directly pilot such a handsome mecha. But it's a different kind of fun, correct? I almost forgot. Bai He was addicted to the thrill of driving a mecha for a while. Immediately, it suddenly occurred to me again. The purpose of his trip seems to be to absorb a little of the power of Gilbaris armor. Let's try to spawn the Gilbaris shield. Although the 4-liter weapon is a weapon of this world, don't underestimate the protagonist's abnormality. If the world doesn't give it, then try to destroy the world's consciousness. The mecha will go to the super god world for a while and play with those beautiful battleships. Now let's generate the shield of Gilbaris. Bai He follows the feeling. Directly integrate a drop of Gilbaris power into the holy shield. Next moment in front of Bai He, Dunyoung's career panel automatically popped up again. And instantly, the skill tree extension page of the Holy Shield weapon has been adjusted again. And after a moment of confusion, slowly lit up a dark blue skill position. Evolutionary Shield, Evolutionary Shield. Usage effect after switching the shield to the Evolution Shield. You will be able to forcibly evolve the unconscious objects around you into technological products. Introduction: this is the power from an extremely powerful creature. And this creature has begun to assume divinity and control the rules. Evolution * rules. The unconscious object will evolve into an intelligent life form with intelligence, which is extremely powerful, far exceeding the self-attribute of the Holy Shield. Evolutionary Shield. Isn't this equivalent to a summoning machine? That's not bad. It just so happened that after I was transported to the super god world, I could create some evolved powerful combat power to protect baby raccoons and baby philo birds. Bai He's eyes flashed at the same time. I already have some ideas in my mind. The playability of this evolutionary shield is much higher than the playability of the Earth Shield transformed from Gomora's power. After all, the original intention of this thing. It exerts the effect of evolving to technology on unconscious things. That is to say, if Bai He uses all his strength to hunt down a high-level monster, use his body to use the evolution shield, then he can directly obtain a summoned object that is more powerful than the previous dead monster. Wonderful, think of this. Bai He didn't waste any time and directly waved his hand to disperse the Gilbaris mecha. He continued to take the little raccoon to the depths of the forest, where he found a sleeping and very powerful white tiger. It's up to you. Bai He wanted to ensure the integrity of the body. Then he directly switched the panel to the disaster panel of the Bone King world. Immediately, even more without hesitation. Directly use heart control on the sleeping white tiger. Instant death triggered the next second. The white tiger no longer had the momentum and vitality it had just now. And the hair that stood up due to pain slowly drooped. It is obvious that the one who is already dead cannot die again. Good shield of evolution. Bai He followed the feeling and came directly in front of Bai He, using this strange evolutionary shield like a small watch. Put it on Bai He's forehead, boom boom boom. Immediately afterwards, with a burst of heart-wrenching white light next moment, a white mechanical tiger whose whole body is mechanized, without a trace of skin, flesh, or bones, and whose eyes are shining with scarlet light, just appeared in front of Bai He, and respectfully bent his forelimbs towards Bai He, showing a state of surrender. See this. Bai He also nodded in satisfaction. Then he and the little raccoon explained the usage and knowledge of the mechanical white tiger. Finally, then he turned around and left with satisfaction. And in the distance, the task interface of the chat group was opened. Just choose to sign up next moment, buzz buzz. The familiar dizzy feeling of poor quality came again. And Bai He was completely separated from the world of Dunyoung, turned into a stream of light, submerged into all the heavens and worlds, and slowly falling on the blue planet of a world. According to Bai He's current thinking, he plans to follow the task of the chat group first, go to the blue star in the super god world, and do some gluttony, waiting for the final task to be completed, being directly and forcibly sent back to the original world by the chat group. And this so-called original world It's basically the daily world that Bai He is in. Well, the blue star neon side of the daily world, just right. You can also go back and see the little monster girls. Such a sudden separation for about a week. I really want to make them feel a little bit by the way. It is also possible to directly receive these little monster girls into the Leonix fighting instrument and take them to the world of Dunyoung. And I want to go to the different world of Dunyoung again. Bai He also has an idea. That is to go to that magical bookstore again. Brush up the book of the 4 holy weapons. And see if you can travel across space for free certainly. If that doesn't work, Bai He can also spend a little chat group points on his own to go directly to the world of Yangyi. After all, no matter how you say that thing, it can be regarded as a separate world, at most. It can be regarded as a broken alien world attached to the daily world where Bai He lives. Even if it really doesn't work, then Bai He can only fight hard and directly pull the monster to forcefully cross the void of the universe and move towards the set coordinates. Anyway, if you have the strength now, you can go through whatever you want. It's just a matter of time. 337, Tianhe City. In a deserted alley, a faint white light flickered past. Immediately afterwards, a tall male figure slowly emerged here. And this male figure is none other than Bai He. He slowly looked around, looking at some familiar Huxia-style buildings. I felt a little nostalgic for a while. There was also Huaxia in the daily world before. And Bai He also visited it. But somewhere in Daxia it always felt a little strange. There was no feeling that Bai He expected to see. And there were no friends or relatives he knew. So Bai He doesn't go anywhere often. But Daxia, this super god world, actually makes Bai He feel a little close to it. Maybe it's because the world structure here is closer. Or maybe it's because that sand sculpture Suzaoli is here. Who knows? This time's group mission seems to be because it can be traveled at any time within 3 days. And it is directly transmitted to the group friends. But just stay here in Tianhe City. It will save you the time it takes to find the way later. Bai He slowly walked out of the alley while walking, while quietly looking at the somewhat cold Tianhe City. The passers-by seen by Bai He were all holding something in their hands in a hurry walk quickly towards his place. It seemed that he was afraid of delaying something. And now in Tianhe City, it is only 7 or 8 o'clock in the afternoon, which is the most lively time for a large city. At this time it seemed a little lonely and strangely quiet. There aren't even many people on the road. Super Seminary. A war between the moons. Even the blue star Huxia civilization in the supergod world has developed much faster than normal because of the interference of that guy Duko. But it's definitely not to the point of starting a war with this kind of civilization that's thousands of years old. Bai He is walking on the streets. He quietly looked at the shops around him that were supposed to be closed. And there was gradually more and more garbage on the streets that had not been cleaned. Everything seemed extremely strange. It seems that this city is ready to enter the rhythm of destruction. An alien war maniac saw. Bai He was not looking at anything but was wandering around. Based on the detected aura, finally he found Suzaoli's residence forehead. Certainly using the word touch seems a bit perverted. So replace it with find, it's really far away. I didn't expect this girl to still live in the suburbs. Didn't you bring back some antique gold nuggets from Demon Slayer World last time? With the search, Bai He has already found an extremely remote suburban location from the urban area of Tianhe City. We are already close to leaving the city, and we can even see the mountains not far away. There are also some low-rise bungalows and various old residential buildings in the surrounding area. It does look a bit like the location where Bai He lived before crossing over. Therefore, it also makes Bai He feel inexplicably familiar. Soon, it was from this suburb that Bai He found a location that smelled like Suzaoli. Certainly, this is mainly because everyone in the suburbs seems to have run and walked. And only Suzaoli is still active. This is it. Bai He came to the bottom of an old residential building and quickly went upstairs again. Arrive at about the 6th floor just right. Just bumped into it. Standing in front of Suzayali's door were several sad-looking men in suits, who were obviously from the super seminary. It seems that Suzayali hasn't given up on Pua Suzayali these days. And these big men in suits also discovered Bai He's figure for the first time. Immediately put his hand on the gun nervously, frowning and staring at Bai He. Who are you? It's not their fault for being nervous. This is mainly because under normal circumstances, the people in the suburbs should be gone now. Even every time they come, they will habitually take a look at the local mobility records. But now a young man suddenly appears. And at this time when all the gods and ghosts are coming to Blue Star. Who is not nervous? Bai He was stunned and looked at the two big men in suits with a smile. He's the top brother of this little girl here, right? He shrugged and said casually. The big man in a suit was stunned for a moment, his head filled with questions and confusion. If there really was an ordinary anchor girl here, they would really believe Bai He's words, but they know this clearly. There lived a werewolf who could command the hills to smash people, and even split mountains and rocks at will. Grandmas, be the leader of this kind of werewolf. Are you really not afraid of death when riding a horse? Think of this. Two big men in suits felt they needed to explain. Hello here only as soon as they opened their mouths. They hadn't even finished speaking yet. There was only a crisp sound of the door lock being opened. And then they saw it. That Suzayali had been keeping them busy for several days. It actually opened the door. And after Suzayali opened the door, he quickly glanced at everyone present immediately. After seeing Bai He's figure, his face immediately became happy. Without any explanation, Bai He was forcefully pulled into the room, as if he couldn't wait any longer. Then he closed the door hard. The two big men in suits watching the operation were even more confused. What a top brother after being stunned for a long time. One of the burly men in suits swallowed and looked at his companions with some uncertainty. Damn it. Although the girl who lives here has done live streaming before, she now truly has extraordinary power. Why is the top brother on the list so awesome that he can still maintain a relationship? Let's go. Suzayali probably won't come out today. Please report this matter verbatim. Another big man in a suit also glanced at the closed door with extremely complicated eyes. For a while, I don't know whether to be envious or frustrated. I'm envious because in these troubled times that are about to come, the guy who is the best on the list can be rewarded by such a transcendent person. Then at least you won't die casually from now on. Frustration is, it's such a good thing to ride a horse, but it's not my turn. This brother is so awesome. The big man in a suit took a deep look at the door and then exited the corridor. The first time he chose to contact his superiors in the super seminary was. After all this matters, no matter how you think about riding on a horse, it feels a bit fantasy. Let's just leave the headache to the big guys above. Hey. Don't do anything, I'm the top brother on the list, okay tilde. Bai He was pulled directly into Suzayali's rental house without any explanation. He first quickly glanced at the layout. It is a very simple rental house with only a large living room. And the innermost part is more exquisitely decorated, with a specially painted exquisite wall and a comfortable small bed. It looks like you are really living on the flat floor. It's very eye-catching and has a visual deception effect. It is estimated that Suzayali was live broadcasting there before joining the group. But just look at the dust on the live broadcast equipment. This little girl probably hasn't touched this thing since she joined the group. Brother on the F***G list, you die. Suzayali stroked her forehead and sighed, and also replied to Bai He immediately. I went to the refrigerator and took a can of Binkualuo and handed it over. And also opened a can for myself. Would you like to drink? Drink? I haven't drunk this stuff for a long time. I bought it for little monsters before. Bai He took the Coke and casually sat down on the sofa. It's as if this is really your own home at the same time. Bai He also looked at Suzayali's current appearance. The hair is a bit messy. And although the cheeks are still delicate and lovely, they look a little haggard. It is estimated that they have been up all night for a few nights. The body of a super soldier can be made to look like this. As for clothes, just wearing a simple one that is the same style as Izumi Sajiri. And it looks cute and inexplicably decadent. That's pretty good, you like Sajiri. After Bai He looked at it, he also asked casually. According to what Suzayali said in the group all day long, Bai He can basically conclude that this guy is his own abandoned house. Tusk, that's what you said. Sajiri is so cute, don't you lolican like it? If there is a chance to meet, damn, I almost forgot. There should be Sajiri in your world, right? Suzayali went to his little bed familiarly, covered him with a little quilt, and was just about to continue chasing. Then I heard Bai He's question. As he complained, he shed tears of envy. What words? What words is this, what lolican? I'm just a girl I met, all of them are lowly black. You slandered me, Bai He pointed at Suzayali. What happened to lolican? I can control whatever I want. But she can't control some people. The second dimension is so cool, cut. After the Tian battle is over, I must go to your Shigui. I have been greedy for those wives for a long time. I want to post, Suzayali gave Bai He a disdainful look. He continued to look at the show full of fantasy, especially when he saw the heroine in it. The corners of his mouth raised. Maybe people won't post with you by then, correct? Have no other group friends come recently? Am I the first? Bai He stood up and went over to take a look at what Suzayali was chasing. Suddenly he looked shocked. You kid is actually watching a movie, Suzayali. Get lost. How can the Devil's High School be considered a movie? Isn't there something ready-made in your world? Everyone Suzayali was dumbfounded. How come this guy can walk without making any sound? There's a fart. The setting of the clothes explosion in this battle is just a setting. In the real world, the clothes will not explode in battle at Alake. Certainly if I cut off Churyude in the future. Then treat it as if I didn't say anything tilde. After Bai He teased Suzayali happily sat back on the sofa, minding his own business, and opened a mobile phone that he had just randomly picked up in a store on the roadside. I opened a certain website directly and began to prepare to review the episodes I had read before. After all these things, put it over there in the daily world, but you can't see it. You really deserve to die, kid. Suzayali gritted his teeth and glared at Bai He. Immediately, it also answers Bai He's previous question. The little spider came yesterday, but we only met once. This guy is just looking for the League of Haters in the West. It seems he wants to see if there is a copycat version of Spider-Man in the world like him. I don't know where little spider heard this from. Suzayali spread her hands. She went to meet Peter Parker yesterday afternoon, and she hadn't even said a few words when they met. I saw this guy open his Venom suit and swing towards the west. After all, this dimensional door cannot be opened in this world. So we have to do it. After that, there's the Silver Wolf who came last night. She didn't stay with me for too long and left directly. It sounds like they want to experience something. The ancient version of Aquablue stars Gamete. Anyways, none of them look reliable. The rest of the people didn't come after that. Suzayali said helplessly, as for Yin Lang. She just wants to be back on time when the Battle of Tian starts tomorrow tilde. It's a pity hubby didn't come tilde. I really want to hang out with the cute Hubies. While Bai He listened to Suzayali's explanation, he also watched the current news in Tian City. After discovering that most of the people had evacuated, he also smiled. Then next, I just saw the news about Little Spider. There is a photo of a little spider wandering around the city and being photographed. Immediately afterwards, what follows is a bunch of stuff made up by the editor. Hubei has probably not been kicked out by the mecha-type connector since he joined the group now. Even if you want to post it now, it's probably difficult. And if Hubei hasn't been put out of the connector yet, I'm afraid I won't be able to see him in this group mission tilde. Bai He shrugged. Zero, please give me flowers. Oh. Bai was really indifferent to everything before he was removed from the connector and looked for the so-called heart and feelings. After all, Bai He hasn't seen Bai speak in the group for a long time. It is estimated that the others will not arrive until tomorrow. By the way, who are you with tonight, Sofa? Suzayali sighed slightly. Immediately he looked at Bai He again and asked. She has no defense against Bai He now. The chat group does not allow group members to attack each other anyway. Therefore, Suzayali is not afraid of Bai He getting up in the middle of the night and suddenly teaching her a lesson. I'll just do whatever I want, Bai He waved his hand said. Just from where he was. He raised his hand and drew a dimensional door opposite the door. It is a hotel presidential suite that looks extremely luxuriously decorated. Suzayali 6, Inum *** the other side. In the super seminary, Dukao and Lion Feng beside him looked at the report in front of them with strange expressions. Bang's brothers. Does Suzayali still have this kind of network? Why haven't we found it before? Dukao rubbed his temples with a headache. It is expected that Taudi will launch his first general attack tomorrow. And he is now gathering all the power he can. And Suzayali was on his list. This was supposed to be just an ordinary genetic war. But he has shown impressive combat prowess recently. If you can trick him into going to the battlefield, it will definitely help the situation. There were no errors in the previous reports. This boy does not exist in the entire Blue Star database. It's like it popped out. Lion Feng held her hair and looked at the report in her hand. This young man is just like the two people who suddenly appeared yesterday. Completely out of this world, however. They all seem to have a close relationship with Suzayali. Dukao had an even worse headache. Now the battle with Taudi is imminent. Yesterday, a genetic mutant came out. He looks similar to the alliance of haters in the West. But his combat power is far beyond that. Then there's a little girl who can use weird spatial abilities. Now such a big brother appears again. It's really that all the gods and ghosts are out. The next day there was no sun in the morning today. Only thick dark clouds hanging in the sky as if. Everything indicates that some major danger is coming. Bai He casually opened the door to the dimension and walked directly from the hotel to Suzayali's rental house with a yawn. After all, he has almost forgotten about the plot of Super God. I only vaguely remember it when the Taudi invaded. It was probably at night and at that time. Some people in Tianzi City had not had time to evacuate. You can really sleep, it's almost 12 noon. Suzayali happened to have just opened the door of the rental house, followed by a silver wolf with dark circles under his eyes, who was holding a game console and was fascinated. At the same time, after discovering Bai He, she took advantage of the situation and handed over a portion of the breakfast she bought. Hey, do you want to eat? Bai He yawned. This thing is a normal physiological phenomenon. Of course he doesn't have to fight it. But he's just not used to it. After all, this feeling has been with me for 2 lifetimes. It is still a bit uncomfortable to give up 520 for a while. UW*** for nothing, you must eat it tilde. Bai He took it without hesitation, open it and take a look. Breakfast is just ordinary fried dough sticks and soy milk, which Jiang Liang probably bought in another city. After all, there are probably not many shops open around Tianzi City now. When did you say the Taudi invasion started? When I saw the memory video of the Super God world you sent me before. It seemed like it was after dark, Tusk, a little nervous. Suzayali was eating her breakfast while looking out the window at the dull weather. After all, she is just a little girl with some powerful abilities. At most, I followed Bai He through the Demon Slayer world and saw some small scenes. But for this large war between civilizations. And this is the kind of war that is about to happen in front of us. The feeling for Suzayali is completely different. I guess so. What are you scared? Bai He swallowed a mouthful of fried dough sticks and looked up at the sky full of dark clouds. Judging from his unclear memory, the current Xingbing company is probably still training at the Juxia. As a result, this war between civilizations is impossible to prevent. And it is coming as soon as it is said. The kind that trains during the day and goes to the battlefield at night. But the Battle of Tianhe is also one of the signs that the protagonist Ji Ziaolan and the protagonist group have begun to grow. After the Battle of Tian, these protagonist groups are somewhat mature, Gangan. The Battle of Tianhe has begun, which means that Kesha in this world should have arrived near Blue Star. Have you even met Ji Ziaolan? Hiss, it's a bit of a loss. If Kesha from the group could have met this future Kesha, the scene would have been beautiful tilde. Bai He murmured to himself, the more I thought about it, the more I felt like I had missed a great show. At the same time, Bai He had just finished his breakfast. The space-time light of the 10,000 Realms chat group shines out from somewhere in Tian City again. Immediately afterwards, it was still in a dark alley somewhere in Heshi that day. The figure of the angel Kesha slowly descended. But after waiting for it to arrive completely, he immediately looked at the gloomy sky. Angel Kesha frowned the moment she arrived. She noticed a gaze that suddenly scanned the entire Blue Star, and the aura brought by the user of this gaze. It made her feel very familiar and close, just like the origin in your own genes is the same as the origin of your own genes. Angel Kesha thought for a moment. It is also roughly guessed that the user of this world-scanning gaze is probably a little angel of a future angel civilization. Suddenly, Angel Kesha was somewhat embarrassed and left in a hurry. Just hope the deterrence she issued just now didn't frighten Ocean. Did it immediately afterwards, a few minutes later. A white-scullered pupils, wearing a gorgeous black magic cloak, a very large figure slowly descended. This time it didn't come down to the alley. It is estimated that this figure is too big. The alley is a little too big to fit. This is the feeling of old world civilization. It's really a free world. Suzuki Satoru looked at the gloomy sky, and then at the surrounding buildings that looked a bit retro in his eyes. Can't help but sigh, then shake his head slightly. After slowly feeling the breath, he walked towards Suzuki rental house. He understands now is not the time to enjoy the view. Let's talk about other things after meeting all the members in the group first. But just after Suzuki Satoru and the angel Kaisha left, the angel Yans, who hangs high above the Blue Star and is located outside the atmosphere, opened his eyes wide at this time, with an expression of disbelief. And his heart was beating wildly at this time. Angel Yan felt like he hadn't woken up yet and was dreaming. Cave Queen Keisha, Angel Yan murmured. Shocking light flashes in the eyes. She originally felt the news that the gluttonous battleship was approaching Blue Star today, and planned to scan Blue Star first as usual, JE. It's not good if you don't look at it, but it's really scary to see it. When Angel Yan just swept across a certain location in Huaxia City, he found a figure with almost the same aura as Queen Kaisha. Absolutely not mistaken. Angel Yan took a deep breath and forcibly calmed down. Before, there was an angel gene thousands of years ago in Su Xiaoli's body. And now suddenly there is an existence similar to Queen Kesha. MJU4NDA20C3 Autumn Ferrand MWMDCZ OJK equals. Angel Yan felt a headache. It seems that this thing is no longer something that his little holy left-wing guard can manage. Queen Keisha must be notified immediately, finally. After Angel Yan struggled for a moment, he immediately chose to contact Queen Keisha. This kind of thing, it's no longer something she can intervene and manage, or leave it to the Queen to decide soon. Angel Yan's communication was connected. Just now there was another abnormal movement on the Blue Star. For a while, Angel Yan didn't know how to report this matter like his own queen. After all, on this small Blue Star, suddenly there appeared an existence that was very similar to his own queen in almost everything. No matter how you think about it, it's kind of scary. Is there any new movement from Su Xiaoli? Holy Keisha pondered for a moment. The tone is still solemn and majestic. Slowly, no. The change this time is, when I was investigating Blue Star just now, I suddenly found an existence that has almost the same aura as yours at the location of Tianhe City. It's as if you just visited Blue Star in 2.1. Angel Yan lowered his head. This matter still sounds too outrageous. Same breath as mine. This universe is getting more and more chaotic. The holy Keisha on the opposite side murmured. Her tone didn't change much after all. This battle and the baptism of time after thousands of years of vicissitudes. The original angel Keisha has long been transformed into the holy Keisha. One of the strongest existences in the known universe, Yan. Please continue to pay attention to the trends in Tian City. I will come personally later, let's see. Who is causing trouble here in Su Xiaoli's rental house? At this time, all the friends who came over were basically here. Even the one who came the earliest at the beginning also went to the west to find the so-called little spider from the Alliance of Haters. It was also a spider's thread to choose to fly back by plane. Coupled with the newly arrived Angel Kesha and the completely changed Suzuki Satoru. This is also a small gathering of the group members who are finally in the group. Only it's not really there yet. Peter, how is your Hater Alliance doing? Have you ever seen a Spider-Man like you? Taking advantage of the fact that there were still a few hours before the Taudi invasion. Bai He looked curiously at the somewhat unhappy little spider sitting on the sofa. Look like this. I'm afraid that this time when little spider went to the Haters Alliance, he encountered some unfriendly things. Why? Boss, can you believe it? I am still in this world's alliance of haters, but I wish I hadn't. How embarrassing. After Peter Parker heard Bai He's questioning, it's like a drowning person suddenly grabbing a straw. Start right away. He quickly complained about everything he saw yesterday. Holy shit, this Spider-Man of the hateful leg. He actually spits out spider silk from a hole in his body. F***K, I don't even know what to say about 8. Boss, can you imagine that kind of weird picture? It's so eye-catching, Peter Parker said. On the other hand, he described it quickly. Spider silk coming out of holes in the body, 6. With the description of the little spider, not only Bai He, but everyone present has already hated Spider-Man in this super god world. Have a picture-rich understanding at the same time. He also looked at the little spider who was somewhat sympathetic. After all, it's like you came to a parallel world. Only to find that you in this world like streaking and being a pervert. If you insist on evaluation, that's all Bai He can say. Tie pants are spicy finally. Bai He comforted the little spider. He also looked at the angel Keisha who was sitting next to Su Xiaoli, holding each other's hands as if whispering at this time. Angel Keisha was still wearing some ancient silver armor, but the performance of it was estimated to have undergone earth-shaking changes. This kind of battle armor is also the kind with a small skirt. Generally speaking, it is like the battle armor worn by the envoy today, and it looks more pleasing to the eye. Kesha, after speaking, I will probably see my future self. You're not nervous at all, Bai He didn't believe it. Now only the little Keishaho is a few dozen years old. Can have such a calm mind but not impossible. After all, thousands of years later, the holy Kesha de Kesha dared to face death and star explosion. This state of mind is true calmness. To be honest, it's a little bit, and maybe this future me already knows about my existence. Angel Kesha stopped and whispered to Su Xiaoli. He also answered with a smile, Angel Kesha knows. The little angel she had just scared would definitely report this discovery to the future Holy Kesha. And what would this Holy Kesha do? What would she think? That day Angel Kesha was somewhat unknown after all. The mentality and knowledge honed by this battle and thousands of years of vicissitudes of life are not something that the current little Keisha can speculate on. What are you nervous about, I guess, when you meet later? You will be so frightened by the big Kesha opposite that you will fall off the sofa in the sky. Ah no, the throne, and I can guarantee that this future great Kesha will definitely envy you. Bai He shrugged, he said casually. Kesha being kidnapped by that beast Hua Yu was almost a disgusting thing for the queen's life. But now time and space have been distorted and changed. Although there are still two parallel worlds, yes. The originally planned future has changed. So maybe the me in the future will really envy the me now. Unfortunately, it seems we can't save my future self. Angel Kesha sighed, she knew it clearly. If you haven't joined this magical world chat group and haven't met Bai He and other group friends, then she will definitely go through a long and dark period in the future. Even during this period, some scars may occur that will disgust her for the rest of her life. EXX, Angel Kesha still doesn't know what that scar is. She didn't want to know either, perhaps. Perhaps it is possible for this world to save the future great Kesha. Bai He looked deeply at Angel Kesha suddenly. He inexplicably remembered a person and a plot from a super seminary. Time rose, and with the help of some harsh conditions, you can travel through time and space, go back to the past, and make changes. It sounds magical, but it is indeed feasible. Let's wait until we meet this great Kesha later to talk about this kind of thing. Angel Kesha also smiled. At the same time, Bai He also shouted to Kesha, $7. Let's talk about it when we meet later. Now let's clean up Touty properly, Bai He also smiled. I'm not saying anything more, Anua. Everything will be made public later, it's getting late. It's time for us to take action, by the way. This is our first mission as a small group after all. Everyone did a great job, tilde, as time passes little by little. Around 8 p.m., everyone in the Xingbing company was suddenly stopped to rest, and quickly came to the vicinity of the small fighter jets in full gear. Can everyone access the Kamigawa channel? Before getting on the fighter jet, everything is mobilizing. Kaiangwei also confirmed it again. After hearing everyone's quick replies, I boarded the fighter jet with confidence. I took a deep breath and was ready for the first battle. What are we going to do? Ji Xiaolan also came to the door of a fighter jet and asked with some anxiety as he walked up. I don't know, let's just fight. Xin Zhao replied without any burden, and also quickly got on the fighter jet soon. All the personnel of Xingbing Company 263 were completely in place. The soldiers commanding below also took a deep look at the fighter jets about to take off in front of them. Get ready to go, ready to take off for a while. All the soldiers also stopped what they were doing. They all looked at the fighter jets attached to the heroic company not far away, slowly taking off into the air, come back alive. Some familiar soldiers looked at the fighter jet that had flown far away and murmured deeply. Subsequently, he quickly returned to his position. Keep getting ready. Prepare for any battle that may happen next. On a fighter jet. Riane also quickly started grouping into groups and formulating a battle plan. Ji Xiaolan, Wukong, and In, the first echelon, may face the first wave of impact, only we can handle it. Ji Xiaolan didn't say much. Listening to the fighter jet's broadcasts, news of army destruction and firefights came from time to time. For a while, I don't know what to say. Battles between civilizations always come very suddenly. Maybe you were drinking tea in the morning, but in the afternoon there were countless battleships above your head. This is an inevitable battle, this is an inevitable war. In the event of an invasion, even if one party is already prepared and has a certain amount of personnel evacuated, but still in an extremely passive state, just like now. Even though most of the people in Tianzi City have been evacuated now, a small number of people are still left behind before they have time to leave. Then he encountered a sudden attack from Touty, thus completely missing the last moment to leave. Certainly, don't underestimate this small group of people. According to the developed standards of Tianzi City, this so-called small group of people is at least 7 million. Simply, Huaxia in the super god world is still very reliable. After the Touty's sudden attack began, all the troops were dispatched immediately to rescue and stop the lowest-level Touty warriors who fell from the sky. But casualties continued to erupt for a while. The entire Tianzi City, and even the entire Daxia and the world, have fallen into a state of extreme panic. They are afraid that the next one to be invaded by the Touty will be where they are. Among Tianzi City, at this time Tianzi City has almost become a large ruins. There are countless gluttonous soldiers in the sky, riding on small airships, wantonly destroying all objects and creatures they can see at high altitudes. Then, there is also a group of gluttonous gene warriors wearing thick red and black armor, who are much stronger than ordinary soldiers. They mix in and destroy the large firepower weapons of the Huxia army from time to time. This is a bit like the Chitauri invasion battle on the Avengers side. Bai He walked in the ruins of Tian's city, looking at the gluttonous soldiers floating almost all over the sky. Subsequently, stretch out your hand and apply a little force next moment. An airship under the feet of a gluttonous soldier was completely caught in front of Bai He. This is also a small use of theocracy. The technological level of this thing is completely another version of human technological evolution. It is indeed the progress of the development of the beast body. Bai He said. He just casually smashed the airship in front of him into a large piece of scrap metal. He is somewhat curious about the triangles and beast bodies of the supergod universe. I am even more curious about the animal body of this supergod universe. I just don't know if there is such a thing as a beast-eared girl in this beast-like life form. Probably not Tilda, Bai He thought. In the end, he shook his head regretfully. The evolution rules of the beast body in the supergod universe almost always give up part of the intelligence, thereby choosing a more powerful and durable body. And on this basis, Bai He estimates, even if he meets the so-called beast-eared girl, I'm afraid its tonnage is at least tank level to this. Bai He could only express helplessly. He doesn't want to try out the experience of pressing F to enter the tank yet. Jizayarolans. Just as Bai He continued to walk towards the Taudi main battlefield, he suddenly saw a black shadow falling from the sky. It directly shattered a thick wall and ground. This black figure was wearing an extremely thick armor and had a pair of cool-looking big black wings on its back. And he was holding a huge, rusty sword in his hand. The shape could be said to be very peculiar, then. After the black figure took a deep breath of fresh air for a while, he took out his mobile phone tremblingly, as if he was telling something to the mobile phone. It seems to be similar to the content of last words. If nothing else happens, this should be Jizayarlan, one of the protagonists of the super god universe, the power of the galaxy. Are we talking? Bai He's eyes also lit up, and he seemed to move closer to the confused Jizayarlan, looking at his dirty mobile phone with a bit of a broken screen. It was also squeezed into the camera. No, who are you? Jizayarlan's head was already buzzing from being beaten by Taudi, but he didn't react when he looked at the familiar Bai He for a while. Knowing that I was stunned for several seconds, he finally came to his senses and asked with his eyes wide open. He's from Blue Star, right? Bai He patted Jizayarlan's shoulder to be honest. When he watched Chaos in before, he liked Jizayarlan's character design even though this guy is an old liquor. But the subsequent choice of country and civilization is always right. No, I know this, I mean, hey, forget it, there's fighting here. I remember that if you keep walking along the road behind you, there will be an army detention point. It's dangerous here, Jizayarlan's head is still buzzing, but still intermittently said seriously to Bai He. Took a deep breath and put down the phone. Get ready to rush into the battlefield again after all. He had almost figured it out just now. There is no use in escaping and retreating all the time. Now we can only fight to the end with those beasts above. Army detention point, forget it. There are too many people there, I'm too lazy to go. Bai He waved his hand casually. It would be really embarrassing if he followed a bunch of ordinary people to the military detention point. Immediately afterwards, Bai He roughly calculated the time and moved his muscles slightly. All right, let the little guys warm up first, Tilda. Jizayarlan heard Bai He's words. Frowning, he still wanted to continue to persuade. No. It's a war here, it's the kind of thing that can kill people. UUF**K, monster. The words that Jizayarlan wanted to persuade him were swallowed back in his stomach instantly. He stared blankly at the one in front of him. He seemed to be a boy of the same age as him, I saw. He casually took out a blue-white thing that resembled a mechanical device, and then pointed directly towards the sky. Next moment, 3 extremely huge figures suddenly appeared in front of everyone. King Ale materialization completed, allowed to descend. Gomora materialization completed, allowed to descend. Jingu Bridge materialization completed, allowed to descend. Gomora enable the form X Gomora, the form has been upgraded successfully. King AI Lei, open the form X King AI Lei, the form has been upgraded successfully. Jingu Bridge, open the form Red Jingu Bridge, the form has been upgraded successfully. Suddenly in Tianhe City, where all kinds of artillery fire and gluttony were raging. The skin all over his body gives a hard texture like armor. And there are thorn-like protrusions on his back and knees. The claws on the hands are extremely sharp. And the color of the horns is close to silver and brown. A terrifying monster with white eyes and no pupils. It just appeared suddenly. The giant beast roared as if full of violence and madness. Immediately afterwards, thick dark clouds gathered in the sky again. And crazy lightning was raging among them, and in that, another giant golden dragon suddenly emerged with golden lightning all over its body, last time. The author changed the ugly X form of King Eri into a golden dragon. I hope everyone knows. The golden dragon seems to be born from the thunder, roaring and hovering in the skies. And its power seems to dominate the world, subsequently. 3 giant machines that were like floating cannons, covered in red and full of weight, also slowly flew down from the sky outside, finally. The assembly was completed. And it was completely combined into a mechanical monster full of emotion. To be honest, after the arrival of these 3-headed monsters, dazed is to show all the humans or Tauti present with a look of bewilderment. Especially Tauti. They develop civilization as a serious animal body. To be honest, I have never seen this kind of thing that has almost reached its peak by relying on physical strength. It's almost impossible for this thing to appear in reality. At most, it exists in ordinary fantasy works for a while. The battlefield, which was already extremely chaotic, began to become even more outrageous, even far beyond normal control and direction this moment. 3 powerful giant monsters stood quietly in Tianhe City. This moment, whether it was the gluttonous soldiers raging everywhere or the gluttonous cross-main ship high in space, they all stopped their attacks and conquests, and silently aimed all the firepower and energy at these 3 sudden monsters. But Tauti is pretty good here, although they are beasts. They can more clearly feel the terrifying power contained in these 3-headed monsters. But after all, I have never seen it. And I don't know the true experience of this 3-headed monster. But it's different here with humans, after all. According to normal procedures, these 3-headed monsters X Gomora, X King Eri and the Red Golden Ancient Bridge are special works that have appeared in the Super God world. So at this time, many humans were very aware of the 3 giant beasts standing in front of them. What kind of terrifying combat power is this? In Tianhe City, many human citizens and even Huxia soldiers stared blankly at the 3 giant monsters that suddenly appeared in Tianhe City. F***K F***K Gomora King Eri Jin Gyukyo 663. Aren't these fantasy monsters from special photography works? Do you know these giant beasts? What are they? Hiss. They are all at the X evolution level. According to the settings, I remember that this thing can explode into stars. Is it possible that such a terrifying thing also comes to destroy Blue Star? No, if there are monsters here, then there must be Ultraman, right? You ask me, who am I? Besides 7, if there are Ultramans, are you sure they were created by aliens to deal with humans? Oh damn. I originally thought that the super soldiers of the Xingbing Company should be able to fight the aliens on the opposite side. But if they are fighting these monsters, that's a slap in the face. Whether it can break through the defense is a question. Sometimes human beings are afraid of unknown things. But sometimes humans are afraid of things that are known and clearly know their power. And things that are beyond your control are even more scary. Especially this one. Everyone knows that a monster that can explode stars suddenly appears in front of you alive. And it's not clear whether he is an enemy or a friend. Are you scared? The other side on the Hamian Juxia, which was relatively close to Tianhe City, Lion Feng and Dukao also stared blankly in front of them. This giant monster appears on the big screen. What is this? Well, Dukao is a war madman who has lived for countless years and has witnessed various large-scale scenes and even the destruction of civilization. He knew very well how powerful the giant monster that appeared on the screen in front of him was. Although, he still doesn't know the specific strength of this giant beast. But just with the muscle density and scales of this body, as well as the terrifying energy source wrapped around the body, you can roughly guess the strength of these monsters. I'm afraid it will definitely not be weaker than the gods. Found out. These are the monsters from the popular tokusatsu-themed series Ultraman in the Neon Islands affiliated with Daxia. Soon Lion Fengbin. He held the smart tablet in his hand and quickly looked at all the information investigated on it. Neon Tokusatsu Drama Monster. Dukao was even more confused. He knows Neon. It was just a small and weak country that dared to invade Daxia hundreds of years ago. And he secretly fueled the situation with the help of the remaining power of the Deno galaxy. Directly and forcibly suppressed the islands, and directly recovered them as affiliated island provinces. So Dukao doesn't care about this stuff, he cares more now. What are these three monsters that suddenly appeared? How powerful is it? It's a tokusatsu monster. Look at the special plot and settings of Neon Province. The monster whose skin has an armor texture and is vaguely the most powerful is called Gomora. Based solely on the settings, this monster at least has the ability to destroy planets. The next thing is the Thunder Dragon hovering in the sky. This monster should be the King Eri. Although the specifics and image are a bit new, the setting should be similar and maybe even more powerful. Similar to Gomora, it has the ability to destroy planets. The last monster is called a mechanical monster in the tokusatsu plot, and its name is Jin Gyukyo. It seems to be in a more powerful red state. It is unknown whether it can destroy the planet, but it is still very powerful. Lion Feng quickly summarized the abilities and specific combat power levels of these three-headed monsters. More to say, her face also became serious and nervous. After all, this is an explosive level of combat power. And this happened so suddenly that it was impossible to tell whether it was an enemy or a friend. Just like the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all mankind. You never know when it will fall, and give all mankind a devastating blow in general. The threat posed by this thing is much more powerful than that of Taudi. After all, this glutton can still resist. But it's hard for you to resist such a monster that is so tyrannical that it can destroy planets. Planet destruction. Are you sure this monster has the power to destroy planets? Dukao gasped sharply. This is a planet of destruction. The original Dexing was also cut in half with an axe, and completely entered the countdown to destruction. Therefore, this kind of combat power can easily destroy planets, even if placed in the universe. It is a terrifying single combat unit. Check all areas near these three-headed monsters immediately. This kind of thing will definitely not appear on Blue Star out of thin air. There must be something nearby besides. Let the Xingbing Company take all the people and withdraw from Tian's city immediately. This kind of monster. Let those stupid gluttons have a good drink, finally. Dukao let out a long breath. After giving a simple battle order, he continued to look at the detailed settings of the three-headed monster handed over by Lion Feng. The more you look at it, the more frightened you are. At the same time, on the other side, in a street in ruins in Tian City, Ji Xiaolan was staring with disbelief at the young man next to him. F***K summon a monster. And this horse is a powerful monster in Ultraman F***K. Don't you say that all tokusatsu dramas are fake? So where did this kind of monster that can crush the opponent's gluttonous monster just by looking at its momentum come from? Aren't you awesome, buddy? Bai He put his arm around Ji Xiaolan's shoulders and looked up with satisfaction at the arrival of the three-headed monster. Certainly, it's not like he hasn't thought about sending other more powerful monsters. Manly, the strength of other monsters is difficult to control. Almost all planets will be destroyed by existence, such as Ace Killer and Gilbaris after evolution, as well as Nagatanji, awesome. Brother, you are so awesome, no. Brother, where did you get this monster from? Isn't this stuff fake? Jiziralan swallowed. He immediately called me Big Brother obediently, fake. Wait, Big Brother will give you something even more awesome. Bai He smiled, raise your hand, said directly and gently. Gilbaris armor is allowed to come. The white dragon mecha is coming. An extremely exaggerated and terrifying power exploded crazily, attracting a thundercloud. A pure white giant magic circle is slowly outlined in it. It seems to be gestating something extremely terrifying. As the thunderclouds in the sky gathered crazily, the pure white magic circle was also outlined at a strangely fast speed. At the same time, between heaven and earth, it turned out that a melodious holy sound was faintly produced. For a while, an inexplicable and brilliant momentum caused everyone to subconsciously look at the completely completed pure white magic array in the sky. Coming by, he took a deep breath. Even though, with his current strength, it is not difficult to destroy Taudi and even the Styx civilization. 182. As a young man, who could have such a handsome mecha that resembled the white dragon of Galatron? What about rushing up and fighting the opponents? Then you have to experience it. As the pure white magic circle was outlined, a giant mecha made of silvery white and finely carved with unknown patterns slowly descended from the air. This mecha really looks like Galatron, the judge of civilization built under Gilbaris, B. This mecha is the true source of power intercepted from Gilbaris. Therefore, the strength contained in this white dragon mecha, which resembles Galatron, is definitely far beyond that of the normal civilized Judge Galatron. Seiyu. The main color of the body of this mecha is silvery white, and it is composed of material parts such as gel-like spring suspensions that transcend the laws of Earth physics. The red core on the chest emits calming music. The body is equipped with multiple weapons, including a left arm that can use a beam sword and a right arm that can be detached at any time to function as a wireless floating cannon. It's completely as if it is a giant anti-star weapon that exists to judge a civilization. At the same time, with the arrival of the giant white dragon mecha, Bai He's body was also teleported to the inside of the white dragon mecha at the next moment. After being completely fit and ready, you can start flying mechas at any time, but Bai He was not in a hurry. Instead, he opened the chat group without any hurry and casually at all the members. www. Daily a certain ultimate blue and white alien at all members. Stop trying, the group mission has begun. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. Let us show everyone our new white dragon mecha. Super God, sad elf little fox. Super God, sad fairy little fox, you got such a handsome mecha again. You really deserve to die. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. I'll give it to you once I get the chance. Super God, sad fairy little fox. Super God, sorrowful fairy little fox, is it true? Father Bengtai Yinlang, Authai's tastes just right. It's still that shameless Su Zirali tilde. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider, Bai He. Hey, where are you alls? I've already started to kill several gluttonous red-armored soldiers. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider, woohoo. It's so cool I can finally use all my abilities and have fun. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider when I was in New York. I was always afraid of using more energy to destroy the city. I was really frustrated. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider. It's a pity that I can't use Karma Taj's supreme magic, which makes me very unhappy. Bone King Mamanga, Akak. It has been determined that there are no humans in the large area ahead. Bone King's Mamanga, look at me giving everyone the whole job. Starting from superposition, falling from the sky. Super God Angel Kesha, then I will continue to watch. Super God Angel Kesha, okay. Just think of it as a small surprise for the future great Kesha after the war is over. Bai He saw this He also directly closed the chat interface of the chat group. Turn around. I began to carefully examine the weapons and skills possessed by the White Dragon mecha. Next moment, a clear attribute panel appeared in front of him. Mecha Galatron Revised, White Dragon-controlled mecha. Weight 61,000 tons. Flight speed Mach 3 Mach 5 walking speed 0.5 Mach 1. Jumping power 1,000 meters 1,200 meters. Speed in water Mach 1.5 speed in the ground, Mach 1.5. Wrist strength 150,000 tons. Grip strength 105,000 tons equipment skill column. Shaft of Galatron, a tail-like mechanical part that grows behind the head and can easily pick up very heavy objects. Sword of Galatron, Galatron's left arm transforms into a huge hilt. And it can also produce a huge beam blade with high energy. Galatron Spark, a irradiation beam attack emitted through the eyes or chest. A magic circle will appear first and then explode wherever it is hit eye. Galatron Floating Cannon, after Galatron's right arm is separated from its body. It will automatically separate and move in the air to physically impact the target or launch an irradiation beam cannon to attack. Defensive Magic Disc, a defensive magic circle generated when being attacked by a light beam, which can resist the opponent's light attack. 5 skills to start with. I'm afraid this is the mecha modified by Galatron, right? But no big deal, just grab a handful of touty, WWW said. Bai He also discovered the group members who were gradually making a big fuss around him. Then let me have one too. Raise your hand, Galatron Spark, at the same time. On the other side of the warship Juxia, the global monitoring implemented by Dukao also captured these very abnormal energy fluctuations in Tian's city for the first time. Zero seeking flowers first. It was that early morning that I was excited to transform into Ultimate Spider-Man and activate the Hulk template. Transform directly into a giant Spider-Man, crushing and killing the gluttonous, heavy soldiers in Tianhe City wantonly. The red, heavy-armed soldier that made everyone in Xingbing even have difficulty giving birth was like a soft piece of tofu in the hands of little Spider. Either be torn in half directly or be forcibly crushed. That picture cannot be said to be non-violent. Next. It was because of the arrival of a group of friends that Su Xiaoli became unscrupulous. This girl no longer chose to hide, but started to explode with all her strength, starting to cooperate with the Silver Wolf. A magic ball and a burst of skills can basically directly kill a large number of gluttonous soldiers. It looks very gorgeous then. It was Bone King Suzuki Satoru who started from a super position. I saw Suzuki Satoru slowly opening his arms, completely exposing his large body with only bones left in front of everyone. Zero. Then dozens of large and small silver-white magic arrays began to take shape around him. Finally, super-level magic falling from the sky is completely completed. This moment, the brilliance of super magic began to shine across the entire sky and earth. And almost half of Tianhe City was completely enveloped in it. In the end, with the power of falling from the real sky, the touty in the sky completely turned into nothingness. That scene, just looking at it, is extremely shocking and incredible. Now, the combat power of top magic and technology explodes in front of everyone. Oh, these are all the beings who gathered at Su Xiaoli before. A powerful weirdo who punches through mountains and wears a tights similar to the Spider-Man from the League of Haters in the West. A girl who seems to have mastered incredible technology that transcends fantasy. Besides, this can release the giant skeleton that will destroy the city almost instantly. Dukao looked at the satellite surveillance in front of him with a headache. And the 4 images clearly transmitted, subsequently. He silently looked at the White Dragon cassette that just appeared. Really, just when he looked at the White Dragon mecha. The mecha moved and slowly flew into the air. The thick silver-white tail behind him is raised up, as if it is absorbing the energy scattered between heaven and earth. Finally, it turned into a tiny pure white magic circle. This moment, it's as if the surrounding world has darkened. Galatron Spark. This is the final powerful skill possessed by the Galatron-turned White Dragon, currently driven by Bai He. Say you. as Bai He gathers all the energy of the white dragon mecha, absorbing the terrifying power scattered around the world, eventually causing the world to briefly dim at this moment. At the same time, this is just the beginning. With the energy accumulation completed, I saw the magic circle that condensed huge energy behind Galatron flying high in the sky suddenly burst out with an extremely dazzling light. This ray of light reaches straight into the clouds and sky. Target Tauti Cross main ship boom 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 W. Just a moment. The Galatron spark swept past the Tauti main ship, and it was like slicing tofu, easily cutting through the starlight barrier on the outside of the Tauti main ship that could defend against nuclear explosions. The irradiation beam cannon shines to its extreme, with the appearance of several huge magic arrays. The entire area in front, including the Tauti Cross main ship, was completely detonated in an instant, and a huge explosion occurred. Everything in a large area was instantly turned into scorched earth. 690. The power is simply exaggerated to an indescribable level. Definitely starting from the top of the surface level, but looking at this power, it is estimated that it can only be at the peak of the surface level at best. If you want to reach the planet level, you will probably have to improve your abilities a lot. It's great, it's great. Then it's time for the little monsters to warm up Tilda. Just think of it as coming out for some air. After Bai He finished this shot of Galatron's spark, he just felt that his whole body was refreshed for a while. He somewhat understands why Huey likes to use explosion magic every day. It feels really good at the same time. Other people in the chat group are also working hard to clean up the remaining gluttonous army in Tian's city without being outdone. I was stunned and grabbed it with Bai He's little monsters. After all, this can't be done without snatching it. There is a minimum of 0 points guaranteed for this mission, and it looks like I can continue to gain points based on my performance in the future. You don't have to work hard to do this. If you work hard, you can't immediately get rich instantly. Therefore, all of a sudden, this gluttonous army, which originally belonged to the Blue Star invaders, was forced to retreat steadily by the people in the chat group. That momentum, it's as if the gluttonous party is the poor one being invaded. On the contrary, the members of the chat group have become like murderous demons. The scene was once embarrassing, no one else will tell. Anyway, the Xingbing Company, which has led all the people to withdraw from Tian City, and uses military satellites to observe current events in Tian City. It feels very shocking, holy shit. These big guys just appeared out of nowhere. Why do I feel like they are like gods compared to us little losers? Stop feeling it, be bold, that's God. We are nothing but gods. Did your god get beaten up by the Tauti opposites? This kind of power that can easily crush the alien civilization and make the opponent doubt life. This is the real God. Is this a secret organization that has been hiding on Blue Star? Possible, it's indeed possible. Did you come out to clean up the mess when you saw that we were going to be unable to defeat Tauti? Everyone in the Xingbing Company was chatting animatedly. Dukao and others in the Grand Canyon fell into a long silence. Dukao is also a well-informed man, therefore. He knew more clearly how powerful the organization that was causing trouble in Tian City in front of him had. What a complete single soldier divine body, moreover. The monster and the giant mechanical dragon that bombarded the Tauti Cross main ship were obviously products of this organization. What kind of organization is it? This kind of strength is more than enough even if you want to destroy a civilization. Right, Dukao frowned. He is now very sure that if the people of this organization meet the main god of the Liang star back then, I'm afraid that the main god of the blazing sun star who can set the sun on fire will only be defeated by a group of people. This is not a random guess. Pay close attention to the movements of this group of people. We probably can't interfere with the choices of this group of people. We can just try not to anger them and satisfy them. Finally, Dukao slowly sat on the chair. He now clearly knows that under the absolute power of this mysterious organization on the opposite side, the entire Blue Star may be easily destroyed. This is a force that cannot be stopped by any strategy or wisdom. Can only remain silent and avoid at the same time. Bai He didn't pay attention to Dukao. Nor did he think that Dukao could think so much after all. His top priority now is to wait for the group of friends to finish cleaning up the touty. Then we went to watch the big show where the two generations of Angel Kings met. Then, Bai He also opened the chat group again and asked again. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, have you finished fighting? Don't just play. This will take into account that Big Kesha is coming soon. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, watching a show is important. Watching a show is important. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, watch a show and watch a show. The super god, the sad little fairy fox, come on, come on. Come on, come on. Let's go to the theater and watch the theater. Super god Angel Kesha, you guys are doing this. I'm a little nervous inside Suzaya Ali's rental house. What? Angel Kesha was unanimously asked by all the members to stay where she was, waiting for the big Kesha to arrive and give her a big surprise. Now Angel Kesha looked at this group of friends who were full of curiosity and desire to eat melons. For a while, I'm really at a loss. Bone King Mamanga, you're so nervous. Even if that big Kesha across the way wants to do something to you, won't you still have a leader to support you? Bone King Mamanga, if you don't like it, just F***K him. Perhaps because of the power of the Bone King. Suzuki Satoru's tone has now become much more casual and relaxed. This is the beauty of power. Marvel's Spider-Man mass-produced spider, that's right. I'm here with my boss and I'm invincible. The little spider was blowing Bai He, while swinging quickly between high-rise buildings. He quickly walked towards the location of the rental house. Bengtai Yinlang, watch a show and watch a show. Silver Wolf followed Suzaya Ali, riding two phantom foxes that were somewhat illusory, and headed towards the rental house very quickly. This little fox phantom is a new job created by Suzaya Ali. Basically no attack power but it's quite fast for traveling, see this. Bai He also set a small mission for all the little monster girls present, which is to go into space. Look for the touty fleet parked nearby. See if you can serve it directly in one pot, then. Bai He also smiled directly with his aunt, dispersed the white dragon mecha, and ducked into the rental house, looking at the somewhat nervous Angel Kesha. I feel at ease. The combat power of this super god universe is average. If the big Kesha on the opposite side wants to harm you, it will be a real self-destruction. Angel Kesha shook her head, no. I just hope it won't be too awkward after we meet later. This moment, even if the Angel Kesha is calm, facing her future self still has a tragic fate. There were also some unspeakable fluctuations in my heart. Don't be nervous, she is coming. Bai He wanted to chat for a while, but the future Holy Kesha seemed more anxious than him. I saw in the sky outside the ruins of Tian City. Holy Kesha is coming with the throne and a group of angel guards. And it stopped over Suzaya Ali's rental house with great accuracy. For a while, the atmosphere also seems a little subtle. Whether inside or outside the room, the atmosphere is amazing, Holy Kesha. So far in the known universe, there are only two god-level beings with divine bodies, and they are also one of the top combat powers in the supergod universe. A life of defying heaven begins with overthrowing Hua's heavenly palace order, launching the theocratic theory, and being the first to understand the super genetic code. He even later created the god-killing level weapons arsenal, which later became the Angel King level weapons arsenal that would be the envy of many powerful men. And the final research on sub-biological engines and void terror. It's totally possible to say. This Angel Queen's life achievements and legends so far are extremely powerful and shocking. As if he was born to be a king, Tian City. Outside Suzaya Ali's rental house, at this time, Holy Kesha was sitting on the throne, not using any technology, just looking at the small rental house in front of her butt. Even if she didn't use any technology to view it, at this time, Holy Kesha could still clearly feel that there was something very familiar to her in this small rental house. We can even say, the aura that makes her familiar is a bit too much, that's. Herself, everything sounds incredible. But at this time it seems inexplicably reasonable even. Not only the current Holy Kesha, but also the two left and right wing guards around her, and the accompanying little angels can clearly feel it. The aura in this rental house is familiar, and can even be said to be exactly the same as that of my queen. Therefore now, although these little angels have no expression on their faces, their hearts are already exploding after all. There were two auras of Tama's own queen, and the feeling of the other one seemed to be the same as the one in front of me. How outrageous this is, go in and have a look, finally. Holy Kesha took a deep breath faced with this situation. Even she felt slightly embarrassed, but the most important thing at the moment is to confirm first. What exactly is there in this rental house now? As the words of Holy Kesha fell, she also immediately stood up from the throne and arrived at the door of the rental house in an instant. I wanted to push it away directly, but Holy Kesha was stunned for a moment, and then stopped pushing the door. Instead, he knocked on the door, dong dong dong. The crisp knocking on the door seemed inexplicably strange in the suburbs of Tian City, which had been reduced to ruins, but when paired with these angels with angel wings behind their backs, it becomes reasonable again. Come in, the door is unlocked, soon. A young boy's voice came from inside, see this. Holy Kesha was not surprised at all, but raised her hand to indicate that the other little angels did not need to follow her in. Then take a deep breath, open the door. As soon as he stepped in, Holy Kesha saw the angel Kesha, who was wearing the angel armor from 30. 0 years ago. Holy Kesha, this moment. Even this angel queen, who has been able to control the universe for tens of thousands of years, can't help but shrink her pupils. The cheeks were also full of disbelief. It's hard to describe. What does it feel like for such a peak powerhouse, who has experienced tens of thousands of years, to put on such an unbelievable look? Anyway, Bai He was on the side looking at it happily. Hello. Angel Kesha also glared at Bai He, took a deep breath, and looked at Holy Kesha. And after thinking for a moment, he whispered softly, VRF. Holy Kesha recovered from the initial shock, but her eyes were still full of extremely complicated expressions. She can tell the girl in front of her is definitely herself. But you are not from this time and space, or even from this world, right? This is. Holy Kesha did not continue, but her unspoken theory made her immediately recognize the existence of the angel Kesha in front of her. Sit down. Seeing this, angel Kesha didn't say much. Instead, he sat on Suzaoli's bed. After seeing the Holy Kesha sitting across from him, he continued, you are right, I am not Kesha in this world. It can also be said that I came from another parallel time and space with the help of some power. And the time of this parallel time and space was probably about 30. 0 years ago. Speaking of which, the angel Kesha gazed across into the eyes of the divine Kesha. That is, I have just overthrown Huayi's rule. Hear this. Holy Kesha was obviously shocked and took a slight breath. 30,000 years ago, the rule of Huayi has just been overthrown. Speaking of which, Holy Kesha somewhat didn't want to say the rest after all. The memory that was like a nightmare to her. Even though she has now reached the pinnacle of the universe, she has never been able to erase it from her memory. No. I don't know what you were trying to say, but I'm sorry. It seems that I did not follow the original schedule, fighting Huayi step by step, and finally overthrowing the rule of the Tiangong order. But I borrowed it from the very beginning. The power that brought me to this era, thus completing the destruction of Huayi. From various incidents, even some accidental remarks by Su Xiaoli in the chat group, Angel Kesha can also roughly guess it. Without the help of the chat groups, I'm afraid she wouldn't have been able to overthrow Huayi's order in the Heavenly Palace so easily. Even in the near future, she will also encounter something that will disgust her for the rest of her life. For this kind of thing, Angel Kesha doesn't want to understand. Nor does she want to know, so she says it now. I just want to give it to the obviously mature future self opposite me. Just to give you peace of mind. Directly overthrow Huayi's rule, Divine Kesha smiled. I don't know whether I'm laughing at my good fortune in this parallel time and space in front of me, or whether I'm laughing at myself for not having encountered such a mysterious power back then. Finally, Holy Kesha exhaled slowly and looked at Bai He, who was watching the show next to her. Thanks. Bai He was stunned, then he smiled and nodded. He knew that Holy Kesha could guess the real facts through some small things. This skill is an incredible ability that almost every person with great knowledge and wisdom must have. So by 377 he was not surprised, moreover. If this king of angels who has lived for more than 30,000 years behaves too foolishly, then something is really wrong. For a while after saying her thanks, Holy Kesha quietly looked at herself in front of her from 30. 0 years ago I watched it for a long time, finally. I silently turned the many things I wanted to say and explain into one sentence. It's okay, just fine. Holy Kesha didn't know how to speak about these things, so she simply let such things have been erased. Let the self in front of you, Morgan, not parallel world. Ask the second thing she wanted to confirm. Holy Kesha still ranks it at the top to this day. Keep updating, have a normal future, is it cool? That girl has been studying stellar energy drive all day long. And I haven't seen her very often. But this girl knows how to measure things. She doesn't focus on research all the time. She can still go out for a walk from time to time. For my sister, Angel Kesha also had a headache. My younger sister even has the same academic enthusiasm as Hizai. She often spends several days researching without eating or drinking, just for an inexplicable conclusion. Even Hizai shook his head when he saw this kind of enthusiasm. Therefore, Angel Kesha thought, this is what the future Holy Kesha is talking about. That's true. Holy Kesha listened to the younger version of herself across from her. The original serious look. It has also become rare to be gentle and reminiscing. 30,000 years ago. For thousands of years after the overthrow of Hua Yi's rule, the three sisters still lived a normal life. 20,000 years ago, Jilanth, god of time and space, came to the angel civilization, and he founded the super seminary in angel civilization, and let Liang Bing get to know Carl in the super seminary, as well as finally came into contact with the theory of ultimate fear. Asterisk Holy Kesha knows. The theory of ultimate fear is the basis for the breakup of their sisters. Everything starts from ultimate fear after. It was Liang Bing who walked out of the angel civilization and used the wisdom and ability of the super seminary to establish a demon civilization that was opposed to the angel civilization. Immediately afterwards, the war with the angel civilization began for nearly 10,000 years. Please don't let Liang Bing come into contact with Carl and excessive contact with the super seminary. This is my only request to you. If you want any current angel civilization technology or technology in the future, you can speak up. After all, you and I are the same person and body finally. Holy Kesha said nothing more, because she knows that time cannot be played with at will, without any extra reminder of a word or a paragraph. The results and endings after modifying the time will have ever-changing effects. A super seminary. The term that Angel Kesha heard the longest after she joined the chat group was the 4 words, super seminary. Even the names of the worlds in the chat group are named after the first 2 characters of super seminary. Angel Kesha didn't know why this happened at first, but now she roughly has an idea. The reason why super seminary can represent the entire universe and world where it is located is because the existence of super seminary basically runs through all major events in the entire universe. Basically, no matter when the angel civilization was established 30. 0 years ago it came into contact with the super seminary. Until now, Blue Star Crisis still has access to the super seminary. This is an extremely terrifying thing. Because of super seminary, there is no destruction. After many eras and vicissitudes of life, the super seminary has still not perished and is active as a minister on the stage of the universe. I will pay attention to it, but I can ask. Where is Liang Bing now? Angel Kesha knows. If the big holy Kesha opposite her could advise her like this, that would basically confirm one thing, that is, Liang Bing definitely had something bad happen to him because of the super seminary or the so-called Carl. Therefore, only the big holy Kesha in front of him would make such a request. Liang Bing's, you'll find out when we meet him later. Believe her, she may also be shocked by your arrival. Holy Kesha did not say this explicitly, rather directly thrown in a direction because Holy Kesha knows that in the past, she was extremely stubborn and would not believe anything without factual basis. Therefore, instead of explaining and telling here, it is better to let this parallel time and space of the past be its own. Go and see Liang Bing today for yourself. So, on the contrary, it is better, will do. Angel Kesha did not ask further questions, but nodded quietly. She would definitely want to see Liang Bing in this era. After all, she was her biological sister. Other than that, I have no regrets. This is the king-level weapons arsenal data of the Angel civilization, as well as the locations of some former mineral planets, and some miscellaneous technologies. I believe that with these things, the angelic civilization of your time will probably reach an unprecedented intensity, if it is really achieved. Holy Kesha said while transmitting a thick piece of data. Finally smiled softly, if it can really be achieved. Please help teach Super Seminary Karen and Carla lesson. As for why, there is no need to say more. It all depends on you. Angel Kesha receives the data. With his eyes closed, he quietly hacked away at the powerful technologies of these future angelic civilizations for a long time. He couldn't help but laugh too finally. After pondering for a moment, he also took a deep look at the holy Kesha opposite. Do you want to meet Liang Bing from the past? That's true. Is this a way of repaying you for the future technologies of angelic civilization? Although Angel Kesha doesn't know what Liang Bing has become now. But, looking at the inexplicable melancholy and sad look in the eyes of the holy Kesha opposite, you can probably guess a little bit. Can the mysterious power you have come into contact with already be able to do this? Holy Kesha was stunned for a moment, and a flash of memory flashed in her eyes. If it's true, I want to see her. Holy Kesha did not refuse. After sighing slightly, he immediately chose to agree. After all, she really wanted to meet her sister as a sister, not as the so-called king of angels. Holy Kesha, if you want to go after we finish our work here, you can go to Suzyali at any time. She can take you there. However, I suggest you give this girl some benefits. Angel Kesha nodded. After all, this sister is also quite cute. After hearing this, Holy Kesha also raised the corners of her mouth slightly, and the atmosphere seemed to become a lot more cheerful. Sister, don't worry, since this is your choice. It is naturally my choice in the known universe. Even after I die, the entire angel civilization will still treat her well. Not long after, the holy Kesha left, leaving only the Angel Kesha meditating alone in the rental house. I don't know what I'm thinking. Bai He saw this. He also smiled and shook his head. Suzyali really succeeded in hugging her thigh this time. It really got so bad that the entire angel civilization personally protected it. Total investment success. UB ****D, come in quickly. Stop hiding at the door and eavesdropping. And stop giggling there, said Bai He. Also waved his hand. Wang Kyans opened the door of the rental house directly, and happened to see Suzyali and other members who had rushed back. Tusk, doesn't this make me happy? But let's be honest. The future sister Kesha is really cool. She looks so handsome. Suzyali walked in with an indifferent expression, walked to Bai He's side and patted his shoulder hard. That attitude can be described as an arrogant one. Bai He saw this. He also stroked Suzyali's fox head hard. Then he looked at the Angel Kesha sitting by the bed. Let's go. While the Taudi invasion of Blue Star has not been completely eliminated, why don't you go over and meet this Liang Bing? How? Valley want to meet Liang Bing's. Angel Kesha sat beside Suzyali's bed. looking out the window at the gradually receding Taudi civilization and the ruins of Tianhe City. Although there were not many deaths and injuries in Tianhe City at this time, there was a desolate feeling of devastation everywhere you looked. Let's make Angel Kesha taste a little better. If nothing else happens, she could actually guess it. Liang Bing will most likely make some actions that harm the entire angel civilization in the future, and even conflict with her ideas otherwise. Angel Kesha really couldn't think of any other reason besides this that could cause her future self to put on such a complicated expression at the end. Regardless of the friendship between sisters even. If we take a deeper guess, I am afraid that this Battle of Tian is also inseparable from my future sister Liang Bing. After all, Angel Kesha knows that she will implement the order of justice after the angel civilization develops in the future. But she will definitely not personally come to a planet like Blue Star, where civilization has not yet set foot in interstellar travel. Even if it is taken seriously, I guess at most it's just a photo of an angel coming finally. Angel Kesha shook her head after taking a deep breath. I decided to meet this future sister Liang Bing and get to know her better. What exactly happened to my sister in the next 30,000 years? If there was any possibility of reconciliation, she would not give up, okay, now that it's decided. Then you go find Liang Bing first. I'm going to meet the current Blue Star spacetime 897 Rose. After all, if we want to return to the past of this spacetime, modify 10 things. That must be done with the help of the time and space Rose. Bai He waved his hand after Angel Kesha made his decision. He also explained what he meant. Each world has its own set of special rules that are as complete as computer codes, and are so big that they determine how everyone's next destiny will be. How can an ordinary flame rise slowly? Almost all of them operate on similar complex rules. The reason why Bai He and other friends can still use their abilities safely in all the worlds such as Chaos Hin. That's because the ability of the 10,000 Realms chat group is in sync. This thing, if I have to describe it, it's like a plugin forcibly invading the rules of this world and compiling abilities unique to Bai He and other friends. But I guess the chat group can only do this. Reblando should also be able to follow the rules of invading the world. Bai He murmured inexplicably. He remembered the process when he used the personality of Rebrando to forcefully infiltrate into the world for the first time in the daily world, thereby opening the door to the dimension. It can be seen from this. Reblando should also be able to participate and invade the world rules. But based on my current ability, if I want to directly invade the rules of a medium-sized world like the Super God world and reverse time and space, I'm afraid it's impossible, Abe. Then we can only follow the method of the original work of Super God to find the time and space Rose, and try to work with her to develop a time and space jump and a time and space corridor that can go back to the past. You can also achieve the terrifying ability to go back in time and modify the history of super gods. Bai He took a long breath. This kind of thing is really a long way to go. After the Battle of Tianhe this time, a group of friends appeared in the chat group. I am afraid that Liang Bing and Carl will not launch an attack like the original work to seduce and blow up the Holy Kesha. At least, I am afraid that I will not take action rashly until I have a thorough understanding of the details of Bai He and his group. Therefore, if Liang Bing and Carl didn't take action, there would basically be no scene where the Grand Canyon fell and Spacetime Rose was forced to lose contact and meet Liang Bing. If there is no such bridge, if Time and Space Rose hadn't met Liang Bing, the head girl, she might have developed time-space corridor and time-space jump technology in the future. There are also great variables therefore. This time Bai He went to find Kaiangwei, and at most he could help bring time and space Kaiangwei directly to Liang Bing, so that the two could get along first. This can avoid the irreversible butterfly effect in the future, and can also speed up the research and development of spacetime corridor technology and spacetime jump technology more quickly. It's simply a perfect killing two birds with one stone. Good. Angel Kesha looked at Bai He and nodded, although she didn't know why Bai He went to find Space Rose. But it is still important to meet this future sister. By the way, Liang Bing's current position should be still in the devil's wings. If you still can't find her, just ask Kesha to show her face in the atmosphere. I believe Liang Bing will appear on her own initiative. As Bai He said this, he stood up and walked outside, in fact. He also wanted to see how rebellious Liang Bing was with his heavy smoky makeup when he suddenly saw this sister from 10,000 years ago. What a wonderful expression it will be, but for the sake of the future health of the group members, time and space Rose still needs to have the technology to travel through time and space. Not much time among the Grand Canyon. Bai He's figure has appeared in the crowd like a ghost stand. In order to meet the standards here, he also made a set of combat uniforms for the soldiers of the Grand Canyon, and silently observed and searched for Wei's position in time and space. To be honest, Bai He actually has no feelings for this space-time Rose. And he doesn't think she is very beautiful after all. This Rose has always given people a very fascinating feeling in her superb plot performance. So Bai He is also difficult to evaluate intuitively. Anyway, after he met him, he could just package it and give it to Liang Bing. The head girl believes, just based on Liang Bing's fanatical pursuit of time and space genes. He can also attach great importance to and develop time and space genes. So there is no need for Bai He to worry soon. Bai He followed a group of soldiers and met the Xingbing company who had just finished the Tian battle and were still walking and chatting about the battle process of Bai He and others. Damn it. I think the mysterious man who controls the monster is the coolest one. Don't you look at what kind of monster that is? I think so too, I just checked on the internet. If this monster's combat power is really waterless, then it is a proper explosion star level setting. Explosion star, this horse riding is a god, right, Tusk? When you put it this way, Master Zin, I feel like I am a false god. And a god of calendar who is too weak to be weak anymore. Me too, but let me think about it. That big-boned guy who came out before was so handsome. He raised his hand and fired that beam of light, what a guy. It destroyed half of Tianhe City. Oh, I can't even think about it. If this group of mysterious organizations are on the opposite side of us, how can we defend ourselves against such a power that pulls our hips? In Kaianwei was walking among the crowds and was harassed by the old licking dog Ji Xiaolan from time to time. His expression was always straight, it's finally here. If you don't come here, I'm afraid I'll have to be dragged by other soldiers to run and do physical training. Bai He saw Kaianwei and others arriving. It's also a bright spot. He slowly breathed a sigh of relief and pushed away the crowd under the surprised gazes of the soldiers. He came directly in front of everyone in the Xingbing company and discussed the battle song without any delay. Just watch quietly, he is too lazy to hide anything. If he wants to rob someone, he should do it openly. This will also stimulate the overall desire for strength in the Xingbing company. Right, if you're lucky, Ji Xiaolan, an old liquor, may also be able to master ambition more quickly to unlock higher in strength. To be honest, Bai He really compares with the heartwarming figurine that Ji Xiaolan gave to Huayi when he first faced Huayi. Tusk dirty boss. The moment everyone in the Xingbing company was blocked by Bai He, they became completely vigilant and stared at Bai He, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Only Ji Xiaolan, after seeing Bai He's face clearly, he was shocked and said directly. As Ji Xiaolan said these words, the atmosphere at the scene also suddenly stagnated and instantly became a little inexplicable and weird. Zhao Xin, Liu Chuang, and even Chen Yaoan, the three men who had the best relationship with Ji Xiaolan, immediately widened their eyes and looked at Bai He with a hint of disbelief. Boss Xiaolan, didn't you say that when you were in Tianhe City? You met someone, oh, good guy. Isn't this the big guy Xiaolan you met in Tianhe City before? Gyudong, as for Xin Zhao, Liu Chuang, and Chen Yaoan, they were shocked. The other girls in the Xingbing company looked over with some confusion and frowns. It is clear in this short period of time, Ji Xiaolan didn't seem to tell anyone about his meeting with Bai He. So Kaianwei Romangmeng Kilin, and even Riane didn't know about Bai He's existence. What is going on? Riane is still wearing the artifact armor made by Li Yongstar. which looks very luxurious and powerful. Even Bai He could vaguely feel that this Liang star artifact armor seemed to contain a huge amount of stellar energy. After seeing that Ji Xiaolan seemed to recognize the young man in front of her, Lena waved her hand to signal everyone to relax their guard, but still stayed a few steps away from Bai He. This is also done for a certain amount of insurance. After all, Bai He's ability to quietly sneak into the heavily defended Juxia is not something that ordinary super soldiers can do. But if Bai He knew about Riane's innocent thoughts, I'm afraid they will all laugh out loud. Didn't Liang Bing also come to the Juxia no one in the past? I even wandered around there for a while. I'm afraid if I hadn't been exposed to facial recognition in the end, I might have been able to play for a while longer. F***K. No, sister, nah, this boss is the one we just discussed. The boss who summoned monsters from the sky to invade. And that big mecha also belongs to this boss. Ji Xiaolan explained excitedly after all. If you can suddenly meet such a boss who can command monsters that can destroy stars at will, then it's quite honorable to go out and brag about it. Isn't it certainly? This is mainly because today's Ji Xiaolan has not really suffered the baptism of war, and has not experienced the hardship of fighting alone when his communications were destroyed by Taudi. Even because of the arrival of Bai He and others, the scene where the northern stars meet up in the future will probably never happen again. As soon as this word comes out immediately, Riane, who had just relaxed a little, was suddenly startled again, and her body immediately became tense. The stronger you are, the farther you can see, to be honest. For everyone in the Xingbing Company, currently everyone in the Xingbing Company can only learn about the monster's settings online. In Riane's opinion, that is a mobile natural disaster that carries terrifying power and energy within an individual. Even Riane has also seen the settings of these three-headed monsters on the internet. All she can say is, those settings on the internet may underestimate the damage and ultimate power that these three-headed monsters can cause. But compared to Lena's caution and vigilance, Rui Meng Meng and Killen's eyes lit up and they looked at Bai He carefully. Especially after seeing Bai He's standard Huxia skin color and eye pupils. I somehow felt a certain fondness for him after all. First, there was an invasion by aliens, and then they were repelled by the young man in front of him who was suspected of being a compatriot. With the blessing of this kind of thing, there is still some basic goodwill, take it as easy. I came to the Grand Canyon this time not to destroy anything, nor to steal any confidential documents, only to ask for someone from you. Bai He waved his hand. He really doesn't have any ill intentions towards the Juxia. Anyway, his goal is Kangwei alone, catch people in live. Then why did you come to me on the Grand Canyon, suddenly? Ducao's voice came from behind Bai He. It also made Bai He look back. That's when I discovered it. I don't know when's. Ducao has brought Lian Feng to the position behind Bai He. General Ducao is quite courageous. Bai He smiled. He raised the other person's head casually. But it was just a verbal exchange. After all, he has already arrived at the Grand Canyon. I believe that Ducao on the opposite side can clearly see that if he wants to kill him, it is probably useless. Your Excellency is absurd. Ducao's face remained unchanged, still staring at Bai He closely, as if deeply afraid of any changes in it. After all, in the presence of this kind of power that can almost destroy the stars, if it works proper, lithe skills can still be used. But at such a short distance, Ducao is almost sure as long as he makes a little change. I'm afraid it won't end well in the end. Okay, don't be so nervous. If I wanted to kill you, I would have killed you long ago. It's useless for you to be nervous. What about you, Lena? Tell that hairy god of yours to get away and just lie down in the dark and stare at people. Bai He shook his head with a flash. He came to the time-space rose in an instant, and directly forcibly suppressed the time-space rose who was about to rise up to resist. At the same time, Bai He also clearly sensed the surrounding space, and was beaten into chaos in the instant just now. I'm afraid if Bai He hadn't observed and understood space when he was studying the gate of dimension, It is estimated that this will really make Kaiwei escape by mistake. Thus, as expected of an existence born exclusively for time and space. What are you trying to do, Your Excellency, for a moment? Dukao's voice was also icy cold, but it was hindered by Bai He's terrifying strength. But still didn't make a move. Instead, he continued to stare at him. Can't you see what I want, Spacetime Rose, right? You don't understand the scientific research data left by the super seminary. Please give me flowers. Since your development of time and space genes is slow, then I will help you along the way and take her to a little special training Tilda. Bai He waved his hand, looking at Kaiwei, who was looking at him with eyes that wished to kill him. He also casually slapped him on the head subsequently. Only then did it converge a little. Besides, don't worry. I don't have any thoughts about her, and I will send it back after you, Quinn. Certainly. If she doesn't want to leave, then you can't blame me, Tilda. Bai He said. He also looked at Ji Xiaolan, who was in a daze. After smiling mysteriously at her, he casually opened a dimension door that was bursting with sparks, and then jumped in with Kaiwei. Only a group of soldiers and Dukao were left looking at each other. There was a long silence, if I'm not mistaken. It should be from the dimensional gate in the Western Hater movie. This is also a completely fantasy ability. After a long time, it was Killin who spoke first, breaking the silence with a shocking tone after all. She is not familiar with monsters or anything, but she is still aware of the League of Haters movie that was once popular all over the world. Let's all go back. I will use all my strength to find Rose. If there are no accidents, after adding feebly. Dukao didn't say much. Came to a demon battleship located above Huankan. Hidden in the blue sky, go 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 go. This is his gift to Liang Bing, don't lose it, Tilda. Bai He has already brought Rose. Opened the long-distance dimension door several times in a row, and breathed directly according to the position of the group of friends. Kesha and the others should have arrived by now, right? Finally, I'm really curious. What is the current state of Liangbing? Bai He shook his head. The world of super gods in the wings of the devil. The devil's wings is one of the essences that Liang Bing created and gathered from the Devil Nebula with the help of the wisdom of the super seminary and his own strength after quitting the Angel Nebula. And Liang Bing also has an arsenal of god-killing weapons that can fight against Holy Kesha. But because of insufficient foundation, so it is slightly weaker, but this score is only compared to Holy Kesha, the strongest existence in the known universe. If you compare Liang Bing's god-killing weapon arsenal to other cosmic civilizations, they are basically at the level of dimensionality reduction strikes. Plus, after Liang Bing changed her name to Morgana, she has been spreading degenerate and free ways of thinking in the universe, causing her reputation in the universe to be no less than that of the Holy Kaisha. It's just that one is positive and the other is negative. And this is one of the best demon kings in the known universe. The fourth-generation god's unique secret at this time. He was looking ahead with a confused expression. At this time, in front of the cold ice, standing there was a figure that she had never imagined. Kesha, to be precise, it is the Angel Kesha, an existence that came from the parallel world 30. 0 years ago with the help of the power of the chat group 530. Kesha, no, that's not right. Your energy response is completely different from before. You don't have a sacred body yet. Not even weapons arsenals and astral calculations. You're not Kesha. Liang Bing's ability to speak made her tremble a little. Although she denied that the Angel Kesha in front of her was not the big Kesha she knew. But she can clearly judge with the help of her ability. The person in front of me, it's Kesha, my only sister. I am Liang Bing, it's just that I am not Kesha in this world. Nor am I Kesha in this time period, Angel Kesha said, while looking up at the layout of the main control cabin of the demon's wings around him. Perhaps because Liang Bing has implemented the order of depravity and freedom for many years. The current demon wings are very casual. If I had to describe it, that is, it's really freeing. The Angel Kesha was so free that she didn't know what to say. She could only observe for a moment. then withdrew her gaze and looked at Liang Bing sitting on the throne. Is this what Liang Bing has changed in you over the past 30? 0 years, a new thought, a new race and civilization. In a sense, Liang Bing, you really impress me. There is no right or wrong in the development of civilization. Only the ideas. Thoughts and values of the rulers can represent right and wrong. This was the case when Liang Bing faced Holy Kesha before. But when facing this angel Kesha who has not experienced everything yet, she seems to be extraordinarily different after all. Angel Kesha does not know the conflict between her future self and Liang Bing and the many things that happened in it. She is pure and simple, looking at the demonic civilization with the eyes of an older sister, appreciating her younger sister's achievements. The big demons who were glanced at by Angel Kesha also immediately became nervous. But the heart is full of doubts and incomprehensions. In the past when they faced Kesha, they could only see cold despity and disgust in her eyes. But now saw a different failing. That's weird. After Liang Bing heard the words of Angel Kesha, especially when she heard Angel Kesha say that she came from another world 0 years ago, he even opened his eyes wide and stood up from the throne. Liang Bing has always been sensitive and cautious about the two concepts of time and space. This 30,000 years ago from a parallel time and space. The power that can bring you here is really powerful. Liang Bing's eyes were complicated. After sighing with emotion, she didn't know for a moment that she should face this former sister. After all, calculate carefully. She and Kesha have only been sisters for hundreds of years. But the war has lasted for tens of thousands of years. That's outrageous. Angel Kesha seemed to be aware of Liang Bing's urgency. After smiling slightly, he came to Liang Bing in the vigilant eyes of all the demons and looked at her quietly. Different makeup is this popular in this era. Forehead. Liang Bing's breath stagnates. I had some rebellious feelings in my heart and felt embarrassed for being caught red-handed by my sister while wearing makeup. At last, Liang Bing even made some mistakes, gritted his teeth and used his power to directly remove the ugly smoky makeup on his cheeks. Even the somewhat enchanting Demon Queen uniform she was wearing was replaced by a beige windbreaker. And this operation, it also made many demons eating melons in the distance shine in their eyes and murmured quietly. Wow, why do I feel that this queen is more beautiful? Master Achua, what do you think? Yes. Is this what Blue Star calls pure beauty? What should I do? I like the current queen more and more. Shut up. Why is the queen so beautiful? Liang Bing also heard the words of the demons around him and frowned. She seems to be really thinking about her previous makeup issues. You really haven't changed at all in 30,000 years. Angel Kesha looked at Liang Bing in front of her, and her face had not changed at all from 30,000 years ago. Wai side changed, a lot has changed. Liang Bing's tone was a little low. She now completely believes that the Kesha in front of her really came from another world 0 years ago, the time when it all just started. They are still sisters. They can say whatever they really want. And there is no time to separate. Tell me about it. Angel Kesha looked at the sister in front of her quietly, and her tone gradually softened. She can actually see it too. Although the face of the girl in front of her has not changed at all. Her temperament is full of traces of vicissitudes of life and the polishing of time. Liang Bing, who was still an innocent tomboy at that time, seemed to be completely different from her. Good. Liang Bing waved his hand and used his ability to move a few seats. Take a deep breath. He just quietly told some things that happened over the past tens of thousands of years. Whether they were sad, happy, or regretful. She is talking slowly, time passed little by little. Until the end, Bai He suddenly appeared, completely interrupting the immersive atmosphere of the scene. Are you all chatting? Bai He's abrupt words directly pulled Liang Bing out of his sinking state. Liang Bing also frowned and looked at Bai He. The look in her eyes seemed to displease Bai He for interrupting the atmosphere between her and Angel Kesha. Why are you frowning? You are really nothing like the little Liang Bing from 0 years ago, the stupid one from 30,000 years ago. Okay. I'm here to give you a gift. Why don't you just smile and show a nice face? Bai He shrugged, and although the Liang Bing in front of her has removed her ugly smoky makeup, she still has a mature Kangwu temperament. It also made him quite emotional after all. Bai He has also seen Xiao Liang Bing from 30,000 years ago. Liang Bing really didn't expect it. The plot of Super God World will end soon. So let's look forward to the next chapter. And under the contact of such a quiet distance, please customize pull out the suppressed rose tilde. Gift giving. The new cover is Ren Longniang, so pretty tilde do you want? Bai He, please touch it. It is impossible not to have cool ice, after all. The Siege of Time and Space genes was developed by her and Carl when they were at the Super Seminary. Regarding the Time and Space gene, Liang Bing almost treats it as his own child, which is very impressive only. Since I left the Super Theological Seminary, I haven't heard any news about the Time and Space gene. Therefore, Liang Bing gradually forgot about it, but now this was mentioned by Bai He. Liang Bing immediately came to Bai He and grabbed Kang Wei's hand without hesitation. Must. Liang Bing was originally an extremely free and easygoing person. Plus, he had been a demon of depravity and freedom for so many years. As a result, he gradually turned into a fun-loving person. Therefore, she also immediately heard the meaning of Bai He's words that seemed to be a joke. Then come here, let's talk about a little thing in detail tilde. It's about whether you want to reconcile with the holy sister Kesha of your world tilde. Bai He said. He just took Liang Bing through the dimensional gate without any explanation. After more than half an hour passed, only then did he return to the main control cabin of the demon Shuang Shuang with a serious look on his face. 08 If it is a space-time gene, it is indeed possible. Do not worry, Liang Bing took a deep breath, looked deeply at Bai He and Kang Wei who were still struggling, and then nodded cautiously, just take care of it. Don't let me come to this world next time and you are dead. Bai He nodded with a smile. He had just discussed the conjecture and discussion about space-time genes with Liang Bing, and correctly guided Liang Bing's future space-time gene research route. Then he explained the scene about her death. Achieved complete perfection. Only then did I come back satisfied. Angel Kesha also looked deeply at Bai He, but didn't ask any more questions. But after a moment of contemplation, he raised his head and looked at the sky through the demon's wings. The Taudi fleet near Blue Star should be completely gone. Right. Angel Kesha can now clearly feel that the Taudi fleet that was originally eyeing the sky above the Blue Star is now only a piece of wreckage. If nothing else happens, this is probably the result of the monsters released by Bai He. More than that, Tilda's waiting for a while. The group mission will probably be completed tilde. Bai He smiled. The mission he gave the 3 monster girls before going to the Grand Canyon was to follow the remnants of the Taudi fleet and completely destroy the Taudi civilization. It is estimated to be based on the flying speed and strength of the little monster girl. This meeting may have almost completely destroyed Taudi's civilization. Now I'm afraid they won't be able to smell Carl's farts anymore. As for why Bai He knew, of course it is. The destruction prompt just jumped out from the big monster tilde. Congratulations on completing the interdimensional destruction. Completion level is 10%. Gomora growth rate increased 80%. Gomora's current growth rate is 80%. Gomora's current growth value is less than 100%. The next stage of evolution cannot be started. Please keep up your efforts tilde. Tip: when a monster starts divine evolution, the monster needs to personally destroy a world consciousness in order to achieve divine evolution. Congratulations on completing the interdimensional destruction, 10% completion rate. King Aile's growth rate increased 40%. The current growth rate of King Airy is 40%. The current growth value of King Airy is less than 100%. The next stage of evolution cannot be started. Please keep up your efforts tilde. Tip: when a monster starts divine evolution, the monster needs to personally destroy a world consciousness before it can reach divine evolution. Congratulations on completing interdimensional destruction, 10% completion. Jingu Bridge growth rate increased 10%. Jingyukiao's current growth rate is 10%. The current growth value of King Airy is less than 100%. The next stage of evolution cannot be started. Please keep up your efforts, tilde. Tip: when a monster starts divine evolution, the monster needs to personally destroy a world consciousness in order to achieve divine evolution. The progress of the three little monsters has been improved again. Although it is not much, it is useful. The only pity is that, after destroying the civilization of Taudi, there is no chance for monsters to draw a lottery. I guess the Taudi civilization is too spicy. Bai He nodded with deep understanding. Soon after that, they received a notification from the chat group that the group task was completed. Congratulations on completing the chat group task. Destruction Taudi civilization. Diversion is being carried out based on task contribution. Diversion completed. Mission contribution 1. A certain blue and white alien, 12,471 points, including 5,000 points guaranteed. Task contribution 2. Flying squirrel, 8,000 points, including 5,000 points guarantee. Task contribution to 3-star spiders, 7,000 points, including 5,000 points guaranteed. Task contribution 4. Silver wolves. Sad reminder of the goblin little fox, 6,500 points, including 5,000 points guarantee. Mission contribution 5. Angels Keisha, 5,000 points, including 5,000 points guaranteed. Mission completed. Will return to the original world within 10 seconds. Kesha basically didn't take action this time, but Keisha didn't care about it at all anyway. She felt that it would be good if she could see herself and her sister after 30 years. As for the points, I still spent 5,000 in vain. Then I'll take my leave first, tilde. After Bai He saw that the task was completed, he also waved to everyone first and disappeared in front of everyone anyway. I earned all the points this time. And I also laid the seeds for being able to travel back to the past of the Super God universe in the future. If you don't go home now, when will you stay? Moreover, it's been a week since I left home. I was busy with the upgrade of Shield Hero World and the wave before. But now I'm busy again. It's time to take a good rest for 2 days at the same time. As the white light flashed in front of Bai he also smelled it for the first time. The smell that belonged to his own nest. Luckily, I was forced to go back to the rental house, tilde. Get some rest first. Stay with the little monster girls for a while. And wait a few days before returning to Dunyang's world to make waves and swallow the world's fragments, tilde. Bai He stretched. This golden nest and silver nest is still not as comfortable as living in your own little nest, tilde. He murmured. He just waved his hand and released all the little monster girls who were still fishing in the Leonix fighting instrument. Once raw, twice cooked. After the little monster girl was released, she skillfully found her favorite position after seeing her return home. When it's time to continue reading comics, read comics. And when it's time to hang on to Bai He and fall asleep. Time flies by. The next morning, 650 Bai He quickly went to the bookstore to confirm that the 4-liter weapon book was still there, and that the space anchor was still behind. Only then did he make a comfortable choice and continue walking towards the school. Do the math carefully. He hasn't gone to school for a long time, but with Bai He's current strength, he only goes to school just to watch the familiar heroines of daily dramas to be eye-catching, and to experience the relaxed atmosphere of the school to relax. This is necessary after all. This day is either traveling through time or on the way to destroying the world. It is appropriate to relax and relax, tilde. I didn't go there during the summer vacation. Jing Kui didn't say anything when she came there. From a somewhat old drama, The Sword Dance of the Elf. Bai He didn't react for a while. Keep updating. Bai He murmured. Then he found a new person who was familiar yet unfamiliar and joined the group. Go, go, go. He also casually opened the Wanji chat group. Fire Cat Girl, I'm just a little curious. I wonder if my side still exists in this world. Claire Lu, after thinking for a while, I finally found a person with this title from my memory. Immediately, Claire Laoju. This name was also the name that Bai He recalled in his mind after thinking about it for a long time. After all, he had watched too many TV dramas back then, and he had more and deeper impressions on some of the more famous ones. Of course, this is not discrimination or anything, mainly because of those popular dramas back then. Once they were aired, they became a hit on the entire short-format screen platform. It was hard for Bai He not to watch them, even following the general plot of an entire series on the entire short video platform. He felt that it was not difficult. Claire Lu, the heroine of Elf Sword Dance, is still a proud red-haired character, but the speed of her personality change is pretty good. For Claire Lauju, Bai He gradually recalled, and seemed to gradually remember some information about this girl. First, Claire Luju's real name is not Claire Luju, but Claire Elstein, and this Elstein seems to be a once relatively powerful noble in an empire in the elf envoy's sword dance. As for why once, that's because Claire's elder sister, who seemed to be out of control, betrayed the extremely powerful fire elf king who was contracted at that time. And finally, she was disgusted by him, thus wanted by the entire empire. Certainly, this is not the point. The point is, it seems that after the fire elf king was betrayed by Claire's sister, the entire empire was ignited with an eternal flame. Even later, he was deprived of all permission to use fire. It's not hard to see from here. The so-called Fire Elf King is basically the ultimate creature that can form the basic rules of the entire world. It is an existence that truly controls the power of individual elements in the entire world. Bai He thought of this, he also took a slight breath of air. To be honest, when there was no plot of the elf sword dance just now, he really subconsciously put the world view of this elf sword dance. Think of it as an ordinary different world that is bound to be monotonous and weak like Zero's familiar. The elf king who is in charge of the single elemental power of the entire world. The upper limit of this thing is somewhat ridiculously high. Bai He whispered there was also a lot of interest, but this is just one of the reasons why Bai He became interested in this world. And the main reason is another, Holy Sword Esther Tilda. The full name is the Sword Elf World Protector Terminus Esther. It is the legendary holy sword that kills the devil. Although it is not the main bodies, it is also a complete existence of a single fission fruit. He is a high-ranking humanoid elf with high intelligence, and the power it can control even makes all the elf kings in the world deeply fearful. This is extremely powerful, certainly. This is not the point either. The point is, Esther is a serious lowly-type girl with silver hair, jade skin and blue eyes. Silver hair color, this is one of Yu's favorite XBS. Fortunately, it's Claire who joins the group. If it's Esther who joins the group, then I really don't know how to get the contract. Bai He pursed his lips for a while. He actually has an innate affection for this familiar Claire whom he has never met before. After all, if Esther really becomes a group friend, even if Bai He has a thick skin, he may not be able to break through the restrictions of the chat group and forcibly use Esther as a sword. But it's okay now. Who wouldn't like such a holy sword that can greatly improve one's own strength and turn into a silver-haired little Lolita at any time? And when Bai He was thinking about the entire plot of the elf sword dance, Suzayali also took the lead in the chat group, starting with a familiar welcome ceremony and guidance. Then we started to chat gradually. Super God, sad fairy little fox, it's finally done. It's true you guys left happily, but I have to be questioned and tested by all kinds of things. Super God, sad fairy little fox, are you happy now? Same style as amusement baby The super God, the sad fairy fox, if they hadn't had a good attitude and paid back, I really wouldn't want to see them. Bengtai Yinlang, shut up, don't go crazy here. Bengtai Yinlang, I think the newcomers will be so scared by you that they won't dare to speak out. Bengtai Yinlang also, you are given a set of dedicated company protection, as well as the rights of various job levels. For a small amount of money, Bengtai Yinlang 6. After Yinlang went back and rested for another night, he felt energetic again as a result. As soon as I opened the chat group, I saw a newcomer joining the group and Suzayali in Versailles. Even though She looked down upon these so-called gifts of position and protection. But Suzayali is still weak at the moment. Suzayali was originally lying in a luxurious sea view villa, enjoying the morning sunshine. But after seeing Yin Lang's words, I also started doing it immediately, subconsciously. I just want to talk back. But after seeing all the luxurious facilities around here, she smacked her lips again. In the end, he did speak tilde. At the same time, just as they were trolling each other, Claire the Fire Cat Girl, who had just joined the group, finally made some noise. Elf user Fire Cat Girl, is this the power of elves? Elf user Fire Cat Girl, and sister, are you an elf? What is that? Is it also a type of elf? Elf messenger Fire Cat Girl, it looks so magical. Claire is so curious. The opening sounds a little dull and feels like a grandma's. She is obviously not a normal girl, what she can say. At this time in the Aldesian Empire, in the Elston family, as a truly noble in the entire Ordesian Empire, the Elston family lives in an extremely luxurious mansion. At this time, Claire was not the 16-year-old she was at the beginning of the Elf Envoy's sword dance. Rather, 8 years before the plot opens. All of this plot has not yet begun. And the male protagonist of the original work has not even met Rishia. Super God Sad Elf Little Fox, wait a minute. In the world of elves, Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, there is also this familiar name. And this wrong tone. Super God Sad Little Fairy Fox, at Chinese letter, how old are you? As a serious home girl, naturally, it was impossible for Suzayali not to have seen the sword dance of the elf, which was so exciting in the harem. In addition, the super warrior genes strengthened the brain power. Therefore, almost after thinking for a moment, she figured out the origin of Claire only. This somewhat childish tone made Suzayali a little confused. Even not to mention that Suzayali was a little confused. Even Bai He feels a little confused now. Elf Messenger Fire Cat Girl, Claire is 8 years old this year. Elf Messenger Fire Cat Girl, sister, you all look like adults. Elf Messenger Fire Cat Girl, then, can we talk together here more often in the future? Bai He feels like he is capable of scheming. He was originally planning to plot against the world-protecting god. Little Loli Esther, go, but if it is this time period, commit which dark elf Rishia keep updating #B. His at this time, Claire, who lost the king, had not yet experienced her sister's rebellion against the Fire Elf King. It's a good time for this age group. Bai He's eyes flashed.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.